Welfare 1487. Loyalty, but they also need to avoid over-indebtedness. Lastly, capitalist welfare states are situated in the conflict between international competitiveness and the national population's needs for social security. But before we consider Marxist approaches concerning welfare, let us have a look at Marx's own work. Marx's legacy. Initially, Marx planned a book about the state within his critique of political economy, but unfortunately he failed to do so in his lifetime. But that is not the only reason why Marx did not focus on welfare that much. Although he commented on social policy, he lived in a time of only nascent welfare policies and never witnessed the so-called golden age of expanding welfare states after the Second World War across the West. Nevertheless, there have been broad Marxist discussions about the state, especially since the 1970s. What we can learn from Marx about welfare, we have to deduce from his theory of the state. In a nutshell, Marx and Engels' perspective on the state is materialist. They understand the state as the specific political form of all capitalist societies that emerges together with private property, the division of labor and the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat. In the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right as well as in the German ideology, the state and private property are consequently analyzed together. With private property, individuals are emancipated from the social community, competition endangers social integration and the national state appears as a special power beyond civil society. By protecting private property with the help of the monopoly on the use of force, contracts, and jurisdiction, the state appears as the institutionalized and legally formalized power of property, beyond competing private interests. It thus prevents a social order based on the struggle of merely subjective arbitrariness. But as a condensed form of capitalist bourgeois society, in which the ruling capitalist class represents its interests, the state is also a class state and usually consists of the most powerful economic ruling class that uses state power to oppress and exploit the underclass. Additionally, Marx critically stresses the limits of state and welfare. One central feature of Marxist state criticism is therefore the rejection of the belief that the state can be realized as an independent and neutral institution. In his critique of the Gotha program, Marx attacks the German Social Democratic Party according to which the state is autonomous and needs to be conquered as a free state by the working class. In Marx's view, to think of the state as a neutral institution that only needs to be occupied by the right people is a fiction or illusion. In his writings on the struggle for the normal working day, he makes it clear that the successful battle for the 10 hours bill is a concession 1488, rather than an achievement for the working class. Instead, legislation in the long run never aims at cutting the freedom of capital at all. Since government is intimidated by the bourgeoisie, it is capital, law, and class struggle that ultimately mark the limits of welfare policy. Therefore, success, like a reduction in working hours, is always the result of long, highly contested class struggles and strategic political alliances that often resemble Pyrrhic victories for the lower classes and do not aim at changing the whole capitalist game at all. The argument above reveals at least two different Marxist perspectives on welfare. Welfare and social policy do not derive from parliamentarianism and political ideas, as Marx says, but emerge from class struggle and economic requirements. 3. Thus, we can differentiate between a more economic functionalist and a more class action-based perspective on welfare. These views are not analytically separated but intertwined within Marx's analysis. The first perspective shows that since capital accumulation is contradictory, welfare somehow works both against and in favor of capital accumulation. By lowering working hours and protecting workers from overexploitation, welfare acts against capital's interest of maximally exploiting labor power. On the other side, it thereby prevents capital from exhausting its own resources. The other perspective shows that welfare is a battlefield of conflicting class interests that are fought out by parties, social legislation, and parliament decisions. One major issue that separates different Marxist approaches to the welfare state is thus the question of whether welfare is a contingent, open-ended battlefield or if its limits are always marked by the structural requirements of capital accumulation. Different Marxist approaches towards welfare. While Marxist debates about the state have been quite lively, especially during the 1970s, welfare seems to be a topic of less importance. Only a comparatively small number of Marxist contributions specifically address welfare. One reason for this lack of interest is that welfare within Marxist debates has often been understood as a form of ideological mystification, for while Keynesians and Social Democrats, as the political advocates of the welfare state, consider welfare to be an achievement of the working class, Marxists distance themselves from such perceptions and stress instead the limits of welfare and its repressive function in freezing social conflicts. Differing Marxist approaches regard welfare as a vicarious agent of capital accumulation and structurally necessary institution of capitalist societies, b. a structurally self-contradictory subsystem of capitalist society, or c. an historically changing battlefield of class struggle in dynamic conditions of social reproduction. In that sense, Marxist perspectives also differ on whether it is the case that the welfare state necessarily emerges from the economic structure of capitalist societies, or that the welfare 1489 state develops on the basis of structural ambivalences between capital accumulation and democratic requirements, or, finally, that the welfare state is a product of inherent class power but also gender relations. We can roughly distinguish between 5 different Marxist approaches towards welfare. First, form analytic approaches that explain welfare through the needs of capital accumulation and thereby stress the functional limits of welfare. Second, approaches that stress the repressive and disciplinary purposes of social policy. Third, late capitalist approaches that emphasize the inner institutional logic of welfare. Fourth, Western Marxist class and regulation theoretical approaches that stress historically varying class actions and power relations within the state. And finally, Marxist feminist perspectives that point to the meaning of unpaid care work for capital accumulation and welfare services. Against the illusion of state socialism, form analytic perspectives on welfare. Why the welfare state emerges as a specific political form of late capitalist societies and why citizens think of it as neutral or even social were central questions of the Marxist state derivation debates during the 1970s. These debates were initiated in 1970 by German Marxists Wolfgang Müller and Christel Neusis. In their essay The Illusion of State Socialism and the Contradiction Between Wage Labor and Capital, they criticize the revisionist assumption that the so-called welfare state can be somehow autonomous or independent from capitalist contradictions. This illusionary view is based on the common beliefs that a. the distribution of social surplus by the state is independent from capitalist production, and b. that welfare truly aims at the well-being of citizens. Instead of this illusion of state socialism, Müller and Neusis consider the state to be a result of capitalist societies and the contradictions of capital accumulation. Although the welfare state is not identical to capital accumulation and emerges as a separate entity, it is not an independent subject but rather an object of capitalist accumulation. To sum up, following the form analytical perspective, Marxist state theory understands the state and its ambivalences as necessarily emerging from the contradictions of capital accumulation, and it considers existing capitalist society and its limitations as the material foundation of the state. By distributing the social surplus in favor of social equality, the state is not politically independent from capital's interests but highly dependent on economic growth. The state is thus not forcing its political will onto capital. Profits need to be made for wages to be paid, and that in turn means the creation of surplus through exploitation. A minimum level of social equality, stability, and security is furthermore understood as a necessary appeasement in order to bolster capital accumulation. 1490. Without any concern for serious economic redistribution. It follows that the welfare state is neither a suitable terrain nor a loyal companion for working-class struggles against exploitation and oppression. This critique thus counters the revisionist political view on welfare with an economic perspective that emphasizes the underlying tensions between politics and economy. These tensions refer to the different aforementioned Marxist perspectives on the state. On the one side, This approach interprets Marx's analysis of capitalist societies as derived from the category of the commodity. The capital relation thereby appears as nature and the maximum extension of the working day as the natural drive of capital. From that standpoint, social policy which, following Marshall, aims at reducing or even eliminating class inequality, nearly like a natural law emerges necessarily from capitalist production and its deliberate extensive exploitation of the workforce. Because capitalism thereby undermines its own conditions, social policy protects the workforce from over-exploitation in favor of ongoing capital accumulation. It also follows that the organization of the working class is paradoxically necessary for the survival of capitalism. Nevertheless, Muller and Neusis do not treat social legislation as a merely functionalist attachment to capital accumulation but as a result of long class struggles and a process of diverse conflicts. From this perspective, the state necessarily emerges from the contradictions of capital accumulation as a representative of the whole capitalist class but without being identical to that process of accumulation. Finally, in this tension between an economic functionalist and a class action account of welfare lies a central Marxist idea of welfare, namely, that it is contradictory. In other words, it is not the Marxist analysis of the welfare state that is contradictory, but the welfare state itself. The welfare state exhibits positive and negative features within a contradictory unity. It simultaneously embodies tendencies to enhance social welfare, to develop the powers of individuals, to exert social control over the blind play of market forces, and tendencies to repress and control people, to adapt them to the requirements of the capitalist economy. Another structural ambiguity of welfare considered by Marxist state theory, although not in its form analytic guise, concerns the repressive and educational police function of the welfare state. From this perspective, the welfare state is not a self-sufficient savior from social misery but instead a set of rules, relations, and institutions that also aims at repressing and discriminating against the poor. In contrast to functionalist approaches towards welfare, this perspective understands social policy measures as instruments of social distinction between a reputable working class and the undesirable poor. Thus, welfare more accurately means fighting against the poor instead of fighting against poverty. Welfare on this account disciplines the working population through the dissuasive effects of humiliating poor relief. This tension between welfare 1491 support and discipline was clearly expressed by the London-Edinburgh Weekend Return Group in 1980. The ways in which we interact with the state are contradictory, they leave many people confused. We seem to need things from the state, such as child care, houses, medical treatment. But what we are given is often shoddy or penny pinching, and besides, it comes to us in a way that seems to limit our freedom, reduce the control we have over our lives. Welfare in late capitalism. During the 1970s, several authors characterized the historical phase of capitalist development after the Second World War with the term late capitalism. Accordingly, what marked the end of 19th-century liberal competitive capitalism was corporate concentration, the emergence of multinational corporations, strong trade unions and an interventionist expanding welfare state which increasingly compensated for market failures. As a result, the state replaced market mechanisms more often while creating and improving the conditions for the appropriation of surplus capital. The late capitalism welfare approach, represented by Jürgen Habermas and Clausewitz, for example, argues that capitalism is essentially self-contradictory and self-destructive. It differs in at least 3 points from the form analytic approach presented above. First, the integration of system-theoretic elements marks a theoretical particularity compared to other approaches of that time. Instead of class struggle as a traditional Marxist starting point of analysis, starts by contradicting functional logics of social subsystems. Second and third, he stresses exactly what Muller and Neusis condemned as a state illusion, namely the autonomy of the state and its democratic, legitimizing function. Thus, the welfare state functionally provides conditions not only for capital accumulation but also for democratic legitimacy. From this tension between economic accumulation and political legitimization, there emerges a fundamental ambiguity of the capitalist state. Because capital is considered less and less capable of mediating social integration, the state increasingly protects structural elements that exist beyond accumulation and thereby more often fills the gap of social integration with the help of different compensating mechanisms so as to stabilize the system. At the same time, the welfare state depends upon the will of the electorate and needs to satisfy democratic requirements, avoiding the impression of being the mere agent of the capitalist ruling class. Thus, the welfare state, torn between these two functions, is a self-reliant, independent institution that permanently switches between contradictory requirements. Of course, this analysis reflects the situation of the welfare state during the golden age of post-war prosperity and the Fordist class compromise. Since the crisis of that era and the transition of welfare to post-Fordism or neoliberalism, things look quite different. 1492. From Fordist to post-Fordist welfare state. Western Marxist class and regulation theoretical approaches towards welfare focus specifically on class struggle, social power relations and the connection between economic, political, and ideological shifts within capitalist development. They thus address changes in the historically specific mode of production as well as the influence of social movements on welfare state policies. Because these approaches focus on historical changes, social action, and ruptures, they were able to contribute in particular to the question of historical changes of welfare and national disparities between welfare states. According to Jessup, who considers himself a plain or non-dogmatic Marxist, the welfare state is an element of capitalist societies equally situated within the economic and political system as a system of social reproduction. His focus differs from the two already mentioned perspectives insofar as he asks how the circulation of capital and the modern state together form the terrains of social action and class struggle. His approach is mainly influenced by the French regulation school and Western Marxists like Gramsci and Poulantzas. Following Jessup, the shared interest of these approaches lies in the interaction between structures, strategies, and attempts of different social powers to unify strategically hegemonic forms of state and capital in their own interest. To understand the relations between different economic and political stages of capitalist development, he uses, on the one hand, the regulation theoretical analysis of capitalist regimes of accumulation and modes of regulation, and, on the other hand, the analysis of Gramsci and Poulantzas, which addresses different political rules and systems within capitalist societies. Following Jessup, social reproduction marks the starting point of the analysis of welfare. Thus, the battleground of these contingent class and power struggles is the historically changing system of varying national welfare regimes with their changing strategies and conflicts between different social powers around the conditions of social reproduction. While the welfare state emerged in the late 19th century, its benefits, institutions, social insurances, and services as well as the public usage of the term welfare state really came into full bloom during the post-1945 period. This in turn was accompanied by Fordism, broadly speaking, a model of capital accumulation based upon mass production, the polarization of skills, high productivity growth and mass consumption. Thus, Fordism, or more precisely, the Fordist class compromise, marks the economic and social foundation of the expanding welfare state after the Second World War. This class compromise includes full employment, increasing minimum family wages due to increasing productivity and strong collective bargaining, the development of the welfare state as a protective mechanism for welfare 1493. Wages, mass consumption, and the rising importance of the state for creating conditions for capital accumulation as well as the reproduction of labor power by means of Keynesian policy. During the golden age of the 1950s to the mid-1970s, this class compromise reduced poverty and led to growing tax incomes and developing welfare services. In turn, the crisis of Fordism was accompanied by a crisis of the Keynesian welfare state. According to one of the founders of the regulation school, Marxist theoreticians were not prepared for post-Fordist transformations. 5. The overaccumulation crisis of Fordism manifested in economic limits, world political upheavals and a growing resistance to Taylorized mass production by the end of the post-war boom. Fordist mass production failed to satisfy new flexibility requirements which were caused by changing consumer behavior, globalized competition, the growing importance of financial capital and a more flexible labor organization. Further causes include rising wages and welfare standards along with declining productivity growth, rising inflation, increasing unemployment and public debt as well as economic crises and finally workers' resistance to dull working conditions, putting pressure on falling profits. Continuously rising mass unemployment due to economic crises, from 1979 to 1993, unemployment rates in the EU doubled, signaled the historic end of full employment and also marked the political defeats of trade unions and social democratic parties. As response, social democratic parties in several European countries adapted to a neoliberal agenda by the end of the 1980s. The price of full employment, namely public debt, high inflation, and strict trade and monetary controls, was considered too high. Also, European integration and measures to reduce public and national debts according to the Maastricht Treaty favored the turn away from a politics of social justice and redistribution. Subsequently, this brought about a Schumpeterian competition state and structural change of welfare. To take the pressure off of profits and to block the resistance of organized labor, new modes of labor organization and production were developed. Accordingly, the Fordist crisis had put a scissor effect upon public finance and created a fiscal crisis of the welfare state that in turn placed a question mark over the legitimacy of state social policies. Wage-based tax incomes and corporate contributions to state incomes were reduced. At the same time, expenditures increased due to rising unemployment and declining family wages. The welfare state seemed to be a victim of its own former expansion and inherent growth dynamic since expanding social services created new pressure groups, new services, and extended social administration. From a class theoretical perspective, the welfare explosion shifted class power relations in favor of organized labor. Hence, Jessup suggests that the crisis of the Keynesian welfare state provided an historic opportunity for capital to forcibly renew accumulation and social reproduction by shifting class power 1494. Relations in its own favor. Accordingly, the old welfare state was considered inflexible, ossified, outdated and no longer affordable. A new era of segmentation and exclusion. Due to neoliberal attacks on welfare and the scissor effect since the 1980s and 1990s, social policy has been increasingly subordinated to economic policy and the costs of social reproduction have been lowered with the help of a newly structured welfare state. According to the neoliberal agenda of many European conservative and liberal governments, since the victory of Margaret Thatcher in 1979 in the UK, the main task of politicians has been seen as enhancing efficiency and making labor markets and social policy more flexible. These goals were achieved through increased job insecurity for the sake of a supply-oriented labor market policy and reductions in welfare benefits and job protections, as well as privatization of social security and services. The work-oriented reforms of the 1990s have become the common sense of the age. These include so-called workfare programs that bind social welfare policy and flexible labor markets together in order to enforce work by increasing the pressure to accept even badly paid jobs. Turning away from Keynesian welfare policies meant the state's withdrawal from economic interventions for the sake of social security and equality along with the simultaneous deregulation and flexibilization of industrial relations, labor markets, and social policy. This in turn meant accepting increasing insecurity, inequality, unemployment, and fiscal burdens on social funds as well as social exclusion. The results included the expansion of low-wage sectors, precariousness, reduced social benefits and more pressure on the workforce, especially for socially vulnerable groups like migrants who were hit particularly hard during the welfare transformation and the second phase of international migration. While the post-1945 economic boom in Western Europe, North America, and Australia was largely pushed forward by migrant workers who had initially been recruited from less developed countries and the European periphery as a cheap guest workforce for low-grade positions, the recruitment stopped in the wake of the 1973 oil crisis, the result was a second phase in international migration, starting in the mid-1970s and gaining momentum in the late 1980s and early 1990s. During the following recession, migrant guest workers were the most severely affected by the effects of the post-Fordist restructuring of the labor process and world economy, which led to massive unemployment and deindustrialization. Besides a worldwide increase in refugee movements due to political suppression or religious persecution since the mid-1970s, the demand for low-skilled work rose again in the course of globalization since the mid-1990s, particularly in the realm of an expanding service sector and growth in part-time and informal welfare. 1495. Work. Since then, a new international and highly racialized regime of working poor and differentiation of labor forces on the basis of gender, age, and ethnicity has arisen with precarious, irregular and circular migration, the expansion of low-paid service jobs and restrictive migration policies in many European countries. Although the social rights of former guest workers have expanded during the last decades in Western Europe, since then the social rights of some groups have also contracted due to economic transformations, welfare restructuring and restrictive immigration policies. Migrants' rights thus appear as a stratified system wherein different groups of migrants are endowed with different rights due to residence and labor market status. These differing status positions result from contradictory welfare efforts that aim at creating internal markets, recruiting highly qualified workers and restraining poverty migration at the same time. Immigration policies, labor market policies and social welfare policies together form national migration regimes, by opening or limiting access to labor markets, social benefits, and services. These regimes play key roles in the social protection and integration as well as exclusion of migrants. In the wake of the financial crisis, lean welfare states and global refugee movements, one can observe increased exclusion and discrimination of especially poor migrant groups by restrictive migration, labor market, and welfare policies. This engenders a socially vulnerable minority status for migrants, which, in turn, acts as a key resource for a highly segmented labor market and welfare regime. Thus, exclusion and segmentation, the differentiation of populations on the basis of ethnicity, origins, and legal status, which we call racialized ethnicity, is a central enabling force of neoliberal welfare transformation. Hierarchies are created amongst social groups, with especially vulnerable and exploitable labor forces, such as poverty migrants, for example, employed in badly paid service jobs to lower labor and social provision by maintaining a low level of social reproduction. But this in turn causes an international ongoing crisis of social reproduction that again places an enormous burden on welfare policies. In the midst of this crisis, political coping strategies are deployed which aim at exploiting socially vulnerable groups and communities to do badly paid or even unpaid care work in favor of a lean welfare state. In the following, it will turn out that capitalism, as Marxist feminist Silvia Federici says, not only promotes an ongoing crisis of social reproduction but rather requires it to limit the costs of labor. Gendering the welfare state, the crisis of social reproduction and community capitalism. Feminist approaches to welfare have been strongly influenced by Marxist feminist contributions. In the context of the domestic labor debate during the 1496, 1970s and 1980s, Marxist feminists discussed the intersection of capitalism and women's oppression and emphasized the importance of mostly unpaid care work within capitalist societies. By doing so, they worked out a critical political economy of unpaid care work, which has become one of the most innovative developments in Marxist theory. According to that debate and the findings of the ensuing sociology of care, care work has a very special political economy. It encompasses feeding people, looking after the sick, infants, or elderly workers, keeping warm, feeling safe, maintaining a sustainable environment, or satisfying emotional needs. In short, it comprises all the work that sustains the material and immaterial conditions on which livelihoods depend. Because care work can be rationalized only to a limited extent and remains both labor-intensive and time-intensive, it remains less profitable than the industrial production of goods. It has thus been naturalized into non-existence and traditionally been assigned to those most vulnerable groups of the population that, due to their gender, race, age, or class background, perform it badly paid or even unpaid. In the aftermath of these debates, feminist approaches have gendered the welfare state, thereby stressing the interaction of social policy, gender relations, and the importance of the family as one leg of the welfare triangle. Care thus functions as a key concept that systematically binds welfare and gender relations together and can be used as a touchstone for evaluating differing national welfare regimes and standards with consideration to women's living conditions. From this perspective, the welfare state appears not only as a beneficiary of gratis social services done by housewives, but as an institution that itself strongly shapes gender roles and relations. Hence, taking feminist insights into account, the welfare state also contributes to a patriarchal division of labor and organizes social life as a series of gendered stages and vice versa. The traditional division of labor between men as earners and women as carers produces a gender differentiation of social rights and benefit levels. In the last 3 decades, social reproduction and the welfare state have undergone significant modifications. First, the world of work has changed with rising women's participation in the labor market along with increasing precariousness and the erosion of family wages. Second, the welfare state itself has undergone significant restructuring and actively withdrawn from former levels of social security. Third, individual and family life forms have changed too. Instead of a breadwinner model, we observe increasing expansion of an adult worker model and single households. Finally, due to demographic changes, the number of care-dependent people and demands for home care have risen tremendously. Finally, increased labor flexibility, demographic changes, the retrenchment of the welfare state, rising employment of former housewives and, last but not least, the remaining unequal division of domestic labor in private households all leave enormous gaps in care. Altogether, this leads to a crisis of social reproduction. Welfare 1497. With increasing burnout rates, insufficient compatibilization of career and child raising and supply gaps. The central social and political question can now be stated like this: who will fill the growing gaps left by working mums and a lean state? One political answer is something we can call community capitalism. 7. It marks the continuation of the capitalist mode of social reproduction by new means. Care responsibilities are redistributed to social communities beyond family ties at the expense of socially vulnerable, mostly female groups in favor of reducing costs. Community capitalism is both a kind of continuity and a new step within neoliberal care policy. Under dazzling terms like caring or compassionate communities, it tries to obligate civil society and social communities to do more informal care work instead of expanding benefits or developing better conditions for professional and well-paid care workers. One example of this ongoing exploitation of caring communities is the elder care crisis in Germany and the way it is managed by social policy. Conclusion: a conservative care regime in trouble. According to feminist approaches, welfare states differ based on whether they strengthen or weaken the care function of the family. In this sense, Germany's welfare state has been classified as conservative, typified by a lack of daycare and family services, the exclusion of non-working wives from social insurance schemes, and the principle of subsidiarity which limits state interference to when the family's capacity to service its members is exhausted. Hence, Germany's welfare state strengthens the caring function of the family by delegating much of its welfare production to private households and the unpaid care work of mostly female relatives. Additionally, this welfare state is mainly characterized by social insurances that Ewald once considered the real core of modern societies and that are centered on employment. The level of entitlements for social benefits depends on contributions that in turn derive from employment. In regard to gender relations, this earnings-related benefits system conservatively maintains status preservation of insured persons, and thus the preservation of gender inequalities. In Germany, gender, welfare, and care arrangements have undergone fundamental structural changes since the so-called Growth Security Alliance came to an end in the early 1970s. Germany's welfare state turned into a social investment state within the context of a crisis of employment and public benefits. This took place after the reunification of the two German states in 1989, and was mainly due to changing conditions of social reproduction brought about by an aging population, changing family and household structures, an expanding service sector, rising employment rates of women, declining wages, and the erosion of the breadwinner model. Flexibility becomes the new universal value in 1498. Terms of working conditions, prices, and even flexible citizens. This is shown by the mobilization of a marginalized labor supply, the rising integration of women in often badly paid part-time jobs, workfare programs, higher retirement ages, and a social policy that prioritizes individual self-responsibility of citizens instead of expanding public services. Thus, in the heart of the enabling welfare state now stands the transition from state provision to self-care, from public to individual risk management. This whole development also has effects on Germany's elder care regime, which has always delegated the bulk of its elder care obligations onto private households, families, wives, and daughters. This arrangement is now being challenged not only because more and more women are employed, but also because of neoliberal measures of restructuring and a crisis of social reproduction. Due to shrinking family wages, rising labor market participation of women, remaining patriarchal household division of labor, lack of professional care workers, and the decreasing capacities of relatives to provide care, Germany's conservative care regime comes under increasing pressure while care supply gaps grow larger. To maintain cost reduction in times of growing demands for elder care, a double movement of privatization takes place. On the one side, Germany's welfare state delegates the bulk of elder care to private households because long-term care insurance only covers a proportion of the costs and leaves the further costs to private households and social benefits. Half of all care work is thus still performed unpaid, mostly by female relatives. On the other side, long-term care insurance has also opened the care market to private providers and has thus initiated a process of economic privatization. Together with rising demands for job mobility, flexibility, and insufficient public services, this double privatization has put a lot of pressure on households, especially women who try hard to combine employment and elder care obligations. The crisis can be seen in many ways. Caring relatives are disproportionately affected by depression and medicine dependency, there are periodical elder care scandals, nurses are striking, and there is an increasing exploitation of migrant care workers in private households. Since social reproduction is changing and getting harder, the central pillars of Germany's care regime, families, wives, and working moms, are breaking down. Social policy now tries hard to close care gaps by following its tradition as a conservative care regime, but in a new way. Because the caring capacities of female relatives and families are declining, the welfare state now aims to mobilize care work beyond family boundaries. For this purpose, the state sets up cash for care programs, strengthens support for the elderly with the help of monetized volunteer work, legalizes domestic work done by Eastern European migrants within the eastward enlargement of the EU, and sets up workfare programs for long-term unemployed and low-skilled workers to care for the elderly, underpaid. One consequence of this new division of care are highly gendered and racialized global care chains where female migrant domestic workers from poor countries fill care gaps on expanding shadow markets with slave-like welfare. 1499. Working conditions. As shown in the case of migrant workers, neoliberal welfare states use social vulnerability based on gender, race, and global inequality as a resource to fill the gaps and cut costs within times of care crisis. Hence, the exploited cornerstone of a lean welfare state consists in a care reserve army of mostly female and socially vulnerable groups like relatives, volunteers, migrant domestic workers, neighbors, friends, refugees, retired persons, or unemployed people. Against the backdrop of the state withdrawal from public care and an increasing demand for cheap care, the importance of unpaid or badly paid care rises. Research has found that the decline of public care services correlates internationally with the expansion of gray markets for informal, precarious, badly paid or even slave-like unpaid care work. Insofar as care remains the hidden condition of capital accumulation and welfare, the changes, crises, and new demands of care work will decide the future of welfare policies. Along with the contradictions of welfare named at the beginning, another central contradiction of welfare currently appears: community capitalism as a new step of social reproduction depends on the lifeblood and exploitation of unpaid or underpaid care work done by vulnerable social communities. At the same time, neoliberal welfare policies, as can be seen especially in times of austerity, aim at lowering the costs of social reproduction, thereby downgrading social security and aggravating impositions for making a living. The limits and struggles of caring communities, which can already be observed within the context of worsening social distribution conflicts around the globe, will thus become a key question not only for the future of welfare but for capitalist societies in general. These limits, struggles and contradictions can best be understood and explored with the help of social reproduction theory. Capital relates to cities in all kinds of ways. Cities can both represent capitalism in its most virtuous state, or be the site of its rapid degeneration. As sites for massive volumes of capital accumulation as well as centers of concentrated poverty and hotspots of resistance, it should come as no surprise that Marxist studies of urban processes have come in various forms. But what unites them is that they exist within a tension between the urban and the political economy at large. In this respect, there are two positions that are equally misleading. One ignores the particularities of the urban and materiality of the city, while the other exaggerates its importance. From the first position, the city is annihilated by the wider capitalist economy; in the second, the city lights blind us from seeing capitalism altogether. More aligned with the first position, we arguably find Friedrich Engels, who, according to Merrifield, looked at the city and saw little apart from capitalist modernization. Closer to the latter we arguably find Henry Lefebvre, where the urban, according to Smith, became the motive force of historical change. Tensions between spatial forms and social relations, between the spheres of the urban and the wider economy, have followed urban Marxism for decades, and will follow us through the paper. I second Sharon Zukin, who argues that cities appear to be one of those social creations that tease the limits of autonomy, both reflecting underlying social structures as well as shaping them in various ways. Grasping the exact connections and relations between the urban and the wider economy is a difficult, if not impossible, task. The city should rather be 82. The urban. Stale Holgerson 1504. Regarded as a vantage point from which to capture some salient features in the social processes operating in society as a whole too. One obvious starting point for this chapter is to see what Marx and Engels had to say. But their work on the urban was fairly weak and scattered, although it tended to point towards the importance of the subject. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels argued that the bourgeoisie has subjected the country to the rule of the towns, created enormous cities and increased the urban population as compared with the rural. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels argue that the greatest division of material and mental labor is the separation of town and country. They further elaborate how the existence of towns implies the necessity of administration, policies, taxes, etc., in short of politics in general. And in Volume 1 of Capital we read: one might well say that the whole economic history of society is summed up in the movement of this antithesis. However, for the moment we shall not go into this. Although this had huge implications, for example for enclosure, metabolic rifts and the division of labor, Marx's moment for going further into the urban question never really came. 3. Friedrich Engels wrote more directly on the urban, particularly in his relatively descriptive analysis of urban poverty in the condition of the working class in England, published in 1845, and the more analytical discussions on housing taken up in the housing question almost 30 years later. The housing question in particular contains arguments and passages, as will be seen below, that have inspired later Marxists enormously. After the publication of the housing question in 1872, almost 1 century would pass until Marxist theory really picked up urban questions again. For when Marxist scholars got involved in urban thinking from the 1960s onwards, the conventional thinking around the urban was defined by measures of size, density, and transport that were largely descriptive and relied more on empirical generalizations than theory per se. This was mixed with positivist approaches to urban planning and policy of the time, wherein planners aimed for neutral objectives in the effort to maximize the benefits the city could bring to everyone. Positivists could map poverty and segregation, but they could not explain the underlying causes of poverty, and certainly not point towards any meaningful actions to fight poverty. 5. The Marxist approach was very different. But as it was insufficient to simply elaborate on what Marx had said, Marxists needed to employ and further develop an entire Marxian toolkit and start thinking critically. The French philosopher and sociologist Henri Lefebvre is often seen as the pioneer in the world of urban Marxism, even though he was followed not much later by David Harvey and Manuel Castells in the early 1970s. Then, within a few years, the 1970s Marxist urban scholars appeared, within sociology. The Urban 1505. Human Geography, Urban Planning, Urban History, and Political Science. By now cities had become landscapes of power. Where Marx aimed at revealing the fetishism of the commodity, arguing that it was not only a thing but also process and social relation, urban scholars wanted to reveal spatial fetishism and encourage us to stop mistaking social relations for spatial ones. Marxists began investigating how social relations, conflicts, and contradictions constituted both the built environment and urban phenomena more generally. Beyond the buildings, castles, and slums, the offices and factories, there were processes and people that produced spaces. Lefebvre sought to demystify and trace the inner dynamics of social space, and explicitly urged Marxists to analyze not things in space but space itself, with a view to uncovering the social relationships embedded in it. His call was heard. Analyzing single aspects of the city, within general Marxian frameworks. The most common way of urbanizing Marx is, arguably, to take a relatively confined area of research and work with it within a broader Marxian theoretical apparatus. In this section, I will reconstruct some of these discourses and investigate how they cannot avoid tensions between urban processes and those within the wider economy. Planning and urban policy. In the Grundrisse, Marx mentions that every form of production creates its own legal relations and form of government. We can add to this, its own ways of organizing and planning space. If we look at contemporary discussions within the major journals of planning theory, Marxism is, with a few exceptions, pretty non-existent. The exceptions, like Tom Angodi, Michael Edwards, and Libby Porter, as well as Samuel Stein, Linda Fox Rogers, Verna Grist, and Enda Murphy, neither constitute a trend nor a tendency, at least not yet. This was different in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The main task for Marxists' takes on planning at the time was to scrutinize, criticize, and reveal power relations. Marxists challenged an understanding of planning as either a purely descriptive or purely normative activity, and also confronted the idea of planning as simply a tool for everyday policy making. According to Roeus, planners tend to vacillate between utopianism and technical pragmatism. The former robs their practice of its potential effectiveness and their theory of its practical significance. The latter reduces practice to an aimless management of day-to-day bottlenecks and theory to a technical instrumentality of short-sighted 1506. Problem solving. This was written almost 40 years ago, but the exact same things could be argued today. Among the Marxists concerned with spatial planning, there were different approaches. Lamarck related urban planning to the circulation of capital, and property development in particular. Castells focused on consumption, but also on planning's relations to ideology and politics. Harvey showed how the built environment was used by capital as a means of production. Deere and Scott, and Roeus and Coburn related urban planning under capitalism to the problem of collective control and the local state, and Stone and Marcuse discussed planning and urban policy in relation to housing. The Marxists cited above were criticized by liberal authors like Susan and Norman Feinstein and Peter Hall, for not presenting alternatives and for creating a too large distance between planning theory and practice. 6. I think this critique actually has some validity. The Marxian discussions on planning lacked ideas for how urban planning and policy could be mobilized in a socialist strategy. This is more than ever an unfulfilled task. Housing and gentrification. Housing is arguably the area of research where urban Marxists can draw most explicitly on its founders, particularly on Engels' polemic towards Proudhon in the 1870s. This brings us directly to one of the key questions in this chapter: can housing and the urban be grasped independently of larger processes of capitalism or not? This discussion lives on, and is also articulated as Marxists versus Weberians. Engels was rather pessimistic about struggles over housing, as housing shortage was considered one of the numerous, smaller, secondary evils which results from the present-day capitalist mode of production. For Engels, the solution to housing problems was found not in the housing struggle, but in no less than the abolition of the capitalist mode of production and the appropriation of all the means of life and labor by the working class itself. Engels argued something crucial in the housing question. In reality, the bourgeoisie has only one method of solving the housing question after its fashion, that is to say, of solving it in such a way that the solution continually reproduces the question anew. This method is called Haussmann. And 3 pages later, the breeding places of disease, the infamous holes and cellars in which the capitalist mode of production confines our workers night after night, are not abolished, they are merely shifted elsewhere. The Urban 1507. These 2 quotes have had a huge impact on housing studies in general, and on studies of gentrification in particular. One prominent process in cities all around the globe over the last decades has been that large investments in former working class and poor areas have brought about changes that give the place a new and upgraded class character. These processes of gentrification directly concern Engels' quote, as politicians have solved problems of poverty in these particular places through forcing the poor and workers to go elsewhere. Debates about gentrification over the past years have been divided between 2 camps, where one is considered more Marxist, and the other more liberal or Weberian. The key author on the Marxian side has been Neil Smith. His main emphasis was the role and logic of capital accumulation, where capitalists can spot and mobilize differences between actual and potential rents. This approach is frequently called a supply-side explanation to gentrification, and is often contrasted with what is called demand-side explanation, where the focus is on young gentrifiers and hipsters, and differences in taste and culture between groups defined as working class and middle class. 7. Such a demand-side explanation is often related to a Weberian approach, and often builds upon clear distinctions between the economic and the political spheres, which are considered autonomous, rather than relatively autonomous. Where more Marxist-oriented researchers have argued that gentrification is a class project, where displacement of people is crucial, more liberal authors stress the potential benefits that gentrification can bring to the city. And terminology becomes a political battle: are we talking about displacement or replacement? Such differences depend very much on how one conceptualizes class. Class and the city. Engels warns against seeing the landlord-tenant relation as an equivalent to worker and capitalist, as the landlord-tenant relation is a quite ordinary commodity transaction between 2 citizens. According to Engels, tenants can be cheated in this transaction, but we do not find the same form of exploitation in housing as in the workplace. But this does not mean that housing or cities don't have class characters. Cynthia Coburn argued that it is sometimes forgotten that the respective positions of landlord and tenant, the observance of electoral democracy, the individual's client relationship to the state are just as much capitalist relations as those between employer and employed. One could add relations between debtor and creditor, and class struggles over ownership of streets, buildings, and public spaces, or other public goods, etc. For radical human geographers, it is crucial that pre-existing classes are not simply added on in spatial analysis. Class Relations and 1508. Class struggle not only take place in space, but class struggle uses and produces spaces. Class and capital accumulation is spatial. And just as production and reproduction of class is intertwined with politics in all kinds of ways, we can also see that urban policies always have their class character. 8. There are different ways of analytically systematizing class in the city, and through making different abstractions and levels of generalizations we can better understand the concept. For example, Harvey discusses classes in relation to the built environment, Edwards divides up class functions in urban development, Katznelson articulates 4 layers in the city. 9. And Bridge, when investigating the relation between class and residence, combines 3 levels of abstraction, mode of production, social formation, and conjuncture, with 3 critical moments of the realization of class relations. 10. Class has also been discussed in a variety of ways in relation to different subjects, like the segregation and dual cities, the local state, gentrification, housing, real estate developments, economic geography, landscapes, social exclusion, urban policies, planning, gentrification, and even architecture. Class struggles within every one of these fields are related to, but not totally determined by, other fields, including, of course, class conflicts at workplaces. Even though they are significant political struggles in their own right, from a Marxist perspective it is crucial to remember that there are some particularities at play in the labor process in workplaces that we do not find elsewhere. This is the particular form of exploitation that produces surplus value, and thus growth, which is not present anywhere else. 11. That humankind reproduces itself is crucial to capital, but also to us as human beings, obviously. In the city, questions concerning the family, community institutions, physical and social infrastructure and cultural activities immediately come to mind. One does not need a PhD in gender studies to see how gendered the references have been in this chapter so far, and critical feminists have criticized much of urban Marxism for the lack in interest in gender issues. Although more work is obviously needed in this respect, much research has also been done at the intersection of Marxism/socialism and feminism, both in terms of gentrification, the geography of fear, spatial economic restructuring, and the geography of work, in relation to housing and racism, as well as examining the relationship between production and reproduction. 12. The Urban 1509. According to Suzanne Mackenzie, neither changes in women's roles nor feminist analysis are phenomena that can simply be added on existing frameworks as another empirical case study. These changes and this analysis required a fundamental questioning of the basic concepts and methods of disciplines, and the development of new concepts and methods. Therefore, we are also already in the section of this chapter where we investigate how the foundational apparatus of Marxism also can be altered, bringing the city into the general apparatus of Marxism. Urban Marxism is not only about placing the city/urban within a Marxist framework, there are also analyses where urban questions interact with and even alter the very Marxian theoretical apparatus. 13. This also broadens the scope for what a Marxist analysis can be altogether. Lefebvre argued that capitalism couldn't survive without constantly producing new spaces. But as it is often unclear how this actually happens, both Castells and Harvey have worked to concretize this thesis. Castell's focus was on the city as the spatial specificity of the processes of reproduction of labor power and the processes of reproduction of the means of production. In the urban question, the city is understood as a site of collective consumption, goods and services necessary for the working class, as living labor, to reproduce itself, and thus necessary for production. It is affordable housing, transit systems, schools and hospitals, sewage and garbage facilities, playgrounds and parks, even clear air. It is a sophisticated and revisited version of Engels' analysis. This analysis perhaps made more sense in the Keynesian, Fordist post-war urban economy, and less so some decades later when all kinds of services and activities had been privatized. Today we must also see how urban aspects, like housing, the built environment, privatization of public space, etc., play a part in capital accumulation and are also sites for class struggle. That is where Harvey wants to take us. Where Castells was inspired by Althusserian Marxism, Harvey went directly to Marx. In Grundriss, Marx describes how capital, through its physically fixed and immovable parts, like houses, railway etc., needs to establish its residence on the land itself, and the seemingly solid presuppositions given by nature, themselves, in landed property, as merely posited by industry. Harvey builds on this when arguing that capital must represent itself in the form of a physical landscape created in its own image, as use values created through human labor and embedded in the land to facilitate the further accumulation of capital. And as capitalism is a revolutionary mode of production, constantly changing and developing due to compound growth, competition, 1510. Crisis and class conflicts, things that were once fixed parts that facilitated capital accumulation can easily become barriers at a later point in time. Capital perpetually produces landscapes in its own image, requisite to its own needs, only to undermine, disrupt, and destroy this very landscape at a later point in time. What were at one point the symbols of the future become the crowning glory of past capitalist development. The built form becomes a crucial and constitutive aspect of capital accumulation in the sense that we simply cannot think about capitalism without it. The next step is then to conceptualize relations between investments in, for example, real estate versus investments in industrial production. Harvey attempts to grasp this by building on Lefebvre's terminology, distinguishing between the primary circuit of capital, and the secondary circuit of capital. 14.1 reading of Lefebvre is that he took this analysis too far, and claimed that the secondary circuit was going to replace the primary as the most important for historical development. Such a claim would obviously be a fallacy, and remind us to be nuanced and careful when handling the distinctions between the urban and rest of the economy. Historically, switching capital and investments between the two circuits has been difficult for some minor and medium-sized businesses that operate in one or the other, which has opened up roles of finance and fund managers. Such switching has vast implications, not least when capital tries to avoid, but also, unintentionally, creates, crises. Crisis. The fact that the 2008 crisis was triggered by the U.S. housing sector surely made many urban scholars enthusiastic. Finally, the world can see how important housing is. There is a danger in losing the crucial sensitivity between capital accumulation and built environment when simply surfing on this momentum. Cities are also affected by crisis management. Urban Marxists have pointed out, since 2010, that austerity also has an urban character, as cities are disproportionately reliant on public services, and hence are the preferred political targets of austerity programs. Basically, cities are where austerity bites. Concerning crisis theory, most urban Marxists ascribe to Marx's thesis on overproduction. It is hard to say exactly why this is so, but 2 points are worth pointing out. One is how influential Harvey, who has defended this theory, although emphasized overaccumulation rather than overproduction, has been from the 1970s onwards. The other is how the theory of overaccumulation has direct implications for the built environment. In overproduction/overaccumulation, crises are constituted by the contradictory unity between production. The Urban 1511. And realization. When capital cannot find profitable investment opportunities in the primary circuit of capital, it goes into the secondary in attempts to be realized. This contributes to massive investments in the built environment, and thus all kinds of bubbles and crises in finance, real estate, and housing. 15. The other major theory that Marxists have used to explain the 2008 crisis is the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. This theory does not have similar immediate implications for urbanization. But it is crucial to remember that lacking such immediate urban connections does not make it less significant per se. Cities also play into attempts to solve crises in a different way. The built environment is normally crucial for Keynesian-inspired counter-cyclical investment. We discussed above how politicians, planners, and capital can solve urban problems by shifting them elsewhere. Harvey has implemented this logic on a higher level of generalization, and discusses how capitalism also can solve its crises by shifting them elsewhere. Through the concept of spatial fix we see how economic problems at large can be solved through tearing down old urban landscapes and spatial structures and creating new ones. The moving of industry to countries with lower wages and crushing of labor unions became crucial parts of solving the 1970s crisis, but so was the establishment of the post-Fordist/post-industrial/entrepreneurial/neoliberal city. But, inspired by Engels and following Harvey, this did not solve any crisis permanently, but merely shifted contradiction and problems around in time and space. Neoliberal urban landscapes from the 1980s onwards contributed to economic growth through speculation, bubbles, making the working class poorer and increasing housing prices, all factors that in various ways and degrees contributed to the 2008 crisis. Taking concepts from Marx into new places. Another way urban theorists have used Marx is by drawing inspiration from single aspects of Marxism's foundation, and then theorizing further out from there than Marx and Engels would have ever dreamed of. One such discourse comprises Marxists' understandings of urban culture. Since modern cities are so densely packed with symbols, signs, and visible representations, there is no wonder Marxists like Walter Benjamin, Raymond Williams, Guy Debord, and Marshall Berman have conducted wider analysis of culture under capitalism. One concept that is obviously inspired by Marx's abstract labor is Lefebvre's notion of abstract space, where abstract labor denies true concrete labor and thus fully developed individuality. Abstract space denies concrete qualitative and differential space. Lefebvre also, rudely but excellently, used the concepts of 1512. Use value and exchange value in an innovative way. For Marx, these are two phenomenal forms of a commodity, but for Lefebvre they are also two different ways of relating to space. This particular distinction becomes useful in revealing class conflicts in the city. While some people have a use-value relation to space where the city is used for joy and reproduction, others have an exchange-value relation to space, where the city is used as a means to accumulate capital. Those that definitely took concepts from Marx to new places were the situationists. By drawing heavily on Marx's theories in general, and alienation and fetishism in particular, Guy Debord saw the urban and the city as parts of a capitalist bureaucratic spectacle, and his concept of falling rate of use value, for example, is certainly a reference to Marx, but surely not a theory from Marx. In a keynote lecture on June 19, 2017, Don Mitchell asked nonetheless if this could be an interesting approach to start thinking about why our cities and everyday lives are constantly being filled up with ever more useless things. 16 Holgerson and Beaton take Marx into urban policy. Inspired by Marx's introduction to Grundriss, they make a distinction between production of the city and distribution in the city. In contrast to the much discussed sphere of distribution, social programs, redistribution, welfare policies, etc. The production of the city, major urban investments, the main focus for urban policy, etc. have during neoliberalism remained more taken for granted and less discussed. The lack of alternatives on the production side shows how strong the hegemony has been. But, and again drawing upon Marx's introduction to Grundriss, the real distribution of power is found within the sphere of production. One discourse that has become popular in contemporary critical urban theory is planetary urbanism. This draws more upon Lefebvre than Marx, and especially Lefebvre's hypothesis that starts the urban revolution, society has been completely urbanized. According to well-read Marxists like Andy Merrifield, Neil Brenner, and Christian Schmidt, the old distinctions between global north and south, inner city and suburb, city and countryside, are redundant, chaotic conceptions, requiring an upgrade and a rethink. The urban conquers the whole globe, from transoceanic shipping lanes, transcontinental highway and railway networks, and worldwide communications infrastructures to alpine and coastal tourist enclaves, nature parks, offshore financial centers, agro-industrial catchment zones and erstwhile natural spaces such as the world's oceans, deserts, jungles, mountain ranges, tundra, and atmosphere, have all become integral parts of the worldwide urban fabric. The concept has also been met by critique. 17. It is worth adding that how one understands planetary urbanism depends heavily upon how one defines urbanism. But I will also add that regardless of how one defines the concept, it does necessarily bring a spatial connotation with it. The Urban 1513. Which can be problematic if the aim is to describe processes that could be better discussed in terms of capital accumulation, labor and capital, growth, infrastructure and so on. I argued earlier in the text that one aim of Marxist studies of cities/urban is to reveal spatial fetishism. It is therefore worth asking whether the concept of planetary urbanism is not adding another layer of spatial fetishism. Does the concept blur rather than reveal various social relations? I also claimed above that urban processes and cities are social creations that tease the limits of autonomy. We have seen how urban Marxists have been operating in the unclear territory between a Marxian framework of capital accumulation and the physical built forms of cities, with Lefebvre going far in one direction, Castells far in the other. The concept of planetary urbanism, as also its critiques display, definitely highlights the need for geographical and sociological sensitivity when discussing issues of urbanization, the built environment, class and capital accumulation, nature and materialism. Cities as places for resistance, activism, and class conflicts. I argued in the introduction that almost a century passed after the publication of the housing question in 1872 before Marxists, with exceptions, picked up urban questions again. This regards Marxist theory. In practice, on the other hand, urban issues have been part of resistance to capitalism and to socialist struggles. Struggles over work and labor are often considered the core of socialist tactics. But in reality this is far more complex. That housing has always been an important part of class conflicts was again seen after the tragic Grenfell Tower fire in London, 2017. The vast implications housing might have for politics and class struggle, far beyond the four walls of a dwelling, came to the surface. The coexisting phenomena of homelessness and empty buildings are also a particular capitalist phenomenon. Globally there are currently 330 million households, comprising more than 1 billion people, who are unable to find a decent and affordable home. This is not only a political struggle in itself, it also helps us reveal contradictions in capitalism. 18 Struggles at workplaces do of course remain crucial for socialist strategy. But the history of resistance to capitalism and socialist struggle can absolutely not be written without also including things like housing and various forms of rent strikes, urban rebellions, squatting, demands for building and planning for the working class, struggles for autonomous spaces, ghetto uprisings and other kinds of riots, and alternative ways of 1514. Organizing social reproduction, as well as more recent right to the city movements. Such myriads of activities and actions have been organized in various ways, from more spontaneous to more well-organized, by various actors, from autonomous neighborhood groups to socialist parties and labor unions and social and urban movements. While the obvious conclusion to draw from reading Volume 1 of Capital is that class conflicts take place at the workplace, the obvious conclusion to draw from observing social struggles since the publication of Capital is that they also take place outside of workplaces. Also in this fourth and final take on urban Marxism we see similar tensions that have followed us through the chapter, between making too much or too little of a particular perspective. Again, Lefebvre was arguably making too much out of it. In some of his writing, urban struggle and not class struggle became the motor of history. We find a similar approach in the tradition of communalism, a theory/alternative developed by Murray Bookchin, where the basic idea is that the anti-capitalist alternative should be based on independent communities, organized in federations. There is a danger in urban studies of overemphasizing the role of local struggles and not least symbolic places for resistance. Claims are often made in urban theory that every revolution has its agora, which is normally true. It should come as no surprise that events like Occupy, 15M movement, Syntagma Square and Gezi Park around 2011 to 2013 were very much highlighted in the literature. There is a danger here that crucial aspects might be ignored, from politics and class struggles on national and international scales, to vital relations to countryside and alliance with farmers. Conclusion. Marxists have much to learn from engaging more with urban questions. Resistance against capitalism and oppression, and struggle for socialism and freedom, can never be reduced to workplace conflicts or purely abstract analysis of capitalism. Likewise, many urban scholars do definitely have a lot to learn from Marxists' analysis. In both theory and practice we need to grasp relations between struggles in the sphere of production and the urban. Not least today, with increasing segregation and social polarization, and as capital in many countries continues to be poured into the built environment and housing bubbles. The spheres of work and community are related, both through capital accumulation and through our daily lives. We therefore have no choice but to also the urban 1515. Unite them in socialist struggles. It is not sufficient to have worker-owned companies if the spheres of reproduction and consumption are organized around capitalist principles, and vice versa. In other words, socialism in one sphere alone is not possible. Acknowledgement. I would sincerely like to thank Kanishka Gunwardna, Miguel Martinez, Don Mitchell, and Ismail Irigo for their feedback and comments on early versions of the paper. Carlo Vercellone defines the hypothesis of cognitive capitalism as having developed out of a critique of the political economy of the new liberal theories of the knowledge-based economy. His is certainly not the only, nor the definitive, account of cognitive capitalism, but his breakdown of its two composite terms provides a helpful point of departure. The enduring element here, of course, is capitalism, in particular, the driving role of profit and the wage relation or, more precisely, the different forms of dependent labor on which the extraction of surplus labor is founded. The cognitive component, to which we will shortly return, describes the new nature of the conflictual relation of capital and labor, and of the forms of property on which the accumulation of capital rests today. The notion was developed to provide an alternative, more fully sufficient account of the transition beyond the era of Fordist accumulation. In what follows we first situate this notion of cognitive capitalism within these accounts of transition. Second, we address Operaismo's attention, from the early 1990s, prior to its theorization of cognitive capitalism itself, to the role played by knowledge, communication, and information in post-Fordism. Thereafter we examine the ways in which accounts of cognitive capitalism have been caught up with those around shifts in the global political economy, including the increased blurring of work and non-work time, the rise of globalization, precarious working and living conditions, financialization, and a putting to work of language. 83. Cognitive capitalism. David Harvey and Ben Trott 1520. Ideas, and effects amid the emergence of new, immaterial forms of labor. Then we attend to perhaps the fullest presentation of the cognitive capitalism hypothesis, namely that found in the work of Yanmoili Erbutang, followed by the setting out of how the forms of immaterial labor and mass intellectuality, so often emphasized in accounts of cognitive capitalism, have also been understood as involving a biopolitics that mobilizes and shapes bodies, including through what has been called pharmacopornographic production and control. The penultimate section turns to the relationship between cognitive labor and processes of feminization in post-Fordism, before we then conclude by setting out some of the key critiques that have been made of the cognitive capitalism hypothesis. After Fordism. In the condition of postmodernity, David Harvey dates the origins of Fordism's crisis to the mid-1960s, later deepening with the global revolts of 1968 and in the years that immediately followed. His was one of many works published in the early 1990s that sought to make sense of the political, economic, social, cultural, and subjective transformations that had taken place in the interceding decades. Harvey himself described a shift from the rigidities of Fordism/Keynesianism towards an era of flexible accumulation. Flexibility was now said to characterize the labor processes, labor markets, products, and patterns of consumption amid the rise of new means for financial service provision, new productive sectors, and an intensification of innovation. What has been called the post-Fordist debate focused on the putative transition from one period of capitalist development to another based on very different economic, societal, and political norms. Ash Amin surveys its three key theoretical positions in his introduction to post-Fordism, a reader. First, the regulation approach, which originally stressed the generalized crisis of the institutional forms that had come to guide the post-war economy, seeing the stagnation of the mid-1970s as much more than a cyclical lull. Regulation scholars sought to explain what they saw as the coherence and stability of various phases of capitalist development as partly defined by a particular regime of accumulation and mode of regulation, with the crisis of Fordism defined by the breakdown of both. The second major theoretical position was that of the neo-Schumpeterians. This approach shares a great deal with regulationism, albeit placing greater emphasis on the role of technology and technological standards in setting in motion and sustaining what they call, with reference to the work of Nikolai Kondratiev, long waves or cycles of stable economic development. The third major position, flexible specialization, sees two industrial paradigms as having existed since the 1800s, mass production, on the one hand. Cognitive Capitalism 1521. And flexible specialization, on the other. Neither is seen as having been able to exhibit a definitive technological superiority or inevitable dominance in terms of economic efficiency. Nevertheless, adherents of the traditions such as Michael Pior and Charles Sabel tend to see the early 20th century as having been marked by the dominance of mass production over specialized craft production. The period following the crisis of the early 1970s instead is seen as marked by an open choice between mass production and flexible specialization, with the latter offering the greater opportunities for prosperity. John Holloway argues the flexibility of flexible specialization means essentially the removal of barriers to management's right to tell the workers what to do, where to do it and at what speed. The workers should no longer insist on job demarcations, they must be flexible enough to move from one job to another. At around the same time as these debates were playing out, a number of theorists developed accounts of the post-industrial nature of post-Fordism and the emergence of what they called an information age or society. In The End of Work, Jeremy Rifkin argued we had entered a third great industrial revolution. Services, manufacturing, and agriculture all promised an economy of near-automated production by the mid-decades of the 21st century. New technologies, and particularly information and telecommunication technologies, would thus either free us for a life of increasing leisure or result in massive unemployment and a potential global depression. Meanwhile, the sociologist Manuel Castells was describing the emergence of a new economy, since the mid-1970s, that was informational, global, and networked. It was the information technology revolution, then, that was providing the indisputable, material basis for this emergent new era. Saskia Sassen has been among those to critique the dominant narratives of both the information economy and globalization itself. She argued that they have tended to neutralize place and distance, emphasizing hypermobility and global communication networks as well as privileging the capacity for global transmission and information outputs, while overlooking both the material infrastructure that makes transmission possible and the workers producing those outputs. As such, these narratives have often addressed the upper circuits of capital, not the lower ones, and the hypermobility of capital rather than place-bound capital, including the physical infrastructural facilities concentrated within strategic nodes like Tokyo, New 1522, York, and London. She stressed, in contrast, the role of these global cities as strategic sites for the valorization of leading components of capital and for the coordination of economic processes. A further distinctive contribution to these debates, and the focus of this chapter, came from the primarily Italian Marxian tradition of operaismo or workerism. One in his introduction to Christian Marazzi's book, Capital and Language, discussed later, Michael Hart describes the contribution of post-workerists like Marazzi as including the perspective that workers' struggles precede and prefigure the successive restructurings of capital, and those restructurings provide new possibilities for worker power, a restatement of Mario Tronti's famous Copernican inversion of Marxism. Knowledge, language, and production. In his critical engagement with Vercellone and other scholars of cognitive capitalism, George Kafantzis identifies the first uses of the term around 2001, in a series of conference papers, articles, and books. These drew heavily, however, on post-workerists' earlier attention to questions of knowledge, communication, and information, and the degree to which they marked a new period of capitalist accumulation, that dates back at least to the early 1990s. Marazzi was one of the first within the tradition to address these issues in a 1994 book, later translated into English as Capital and Affects. His claim was that language and linguistic ability were becoming more central to capital accumulation than physical work. Like many others, Marazzi saw post-Fordism and the age of globalization as marked by both lean production, with labor costs cut in private and public sectors alike, and a radical rise in outsourcing. These shifts have partly been understood by post-workerists, and by many others, as a result of attempts to reduce the power of workers' movements, following the mass uprisings of the 1960s and 1970s. Major corporations were reorganized with new technologies introduced to accommodate just-in-time production processes that allowed for quicker responses to changes in customer demand. This enabled low-cost inputs and flexibility from the lower rungs of the supply network, but also created new possibilities for worker power, including by the vulnerability of capital to disruptions in the flow of production. First developed by Toyota in Japan, these processes were introduced in the West amid the 1974-5 recession and the period of neoliberal economic reform that took place the following decade. The result was to bring communication, or the flow of information, directly into the production process. If communication and production. Cognitive Capitalism 1523. Were juxtaposed in Fordism, they overlap in the new mode of production. In Fordism, productivity gains derived from economies of scale, where unit price falls with output, but the post-Fordist factory is minimalist, geared towards the elimination of redundancy with respect to the demand. As such, Marazzi argues that communication has become the grease that ensures the smooth running of the entire production process, from the sale and distribution to the production stage. The technologies used in the communicating production process function as what he calls linguistic machines, focused on facilitating and accelerating data circulation. As communication has entered into production, Marazzi argues it has created a crisis in the political forms inherited from Fordism, with the figure of the entrepreneur emerging as a politician, a subject of governance in a manner that blurs the distinction between economic and political spheres typical of representative democracies. Everyone tends to represent solely him or herself. This is a phenomenon, moreover, that has occurred amid the demise of various representative mediations, from political parties and trade unions to social, class, and other forms of group identification. In the process, post-Fordism has become marked by a passage from security to precariousness too. Alongside this passage towards precariousness, another phenomenon Marazzi stresses is central to communicative, post-Fordist production is the increasing servility of productive labor, which applies to both industrial and service employment. Indeed, in post-Fordist societies, it is impossible to distinguish between the two types of labor, precisely because of the neo-servile work relations that each entail. The trend towards such neo-servility is driven by transformations in the wage form. Salaries, for instance, have been replaced by incomes that are individualized through a vast array of merit-based remunerations, rather than collective contractual agreement. Marazzi argues that devotion and obedience among workers is crucial when contingency reigns and the marketing of goods is in charge, imposing quantity and quality in real time. The labor market today, then, is the place of the absence of universal rights. And the role of linguistic communicative mediation has itself been central to the production of this servility. It has involved, for instance, an appeal to the universal human capacity to communicate, leading paradoxically to increasingly personalized, privatized, and therefore servile hierarchies in the working environment. And there has been a simultaneous requirement for cooperation. On the one hand, nobody can communicate alone. Yet, on the other, an effort to redivide, or to create hierarchies, segment and privatize the public, because common to all, resource of communicative action 1524. Language, Communication, and Finance. In his later work, Capital and Language, Marazzi extends the argument and analysis set out in Capital and Affect. He argues that, in the new economy of post-Fordism, where labor is increasingly cognitive, communication and language are structurally and contemporaneously present in, first, the sphere of the distribution of goods and services and, second, in the realm of finance. As such, changes in the world of work and modifications in the financial markets must be seen as two sides of the same coin. He situates his arguments and observations in relation to those of other scholars, such as Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello. In their The New Spirit of Capitalism, Boltanski and Chiapello famously argued that, from the 1970s onwards, capital demonstrated a capacity to recuperate into a reinvigorated capitalism many of the artistic, countercultural, and left-wing critiques of the 1960s. For Marazzi, post-Fordism was able to emerge out of the metabolizing of the social and cultural critique of Fordism precisely because it involved putting language, communicative relational action to work. And one of the results was an expansion in the time of work. Quite unlike Rifkin's end-of-work hypothesis, then, where working time is reduced through technology-driven productivity gains, Marazzi argues that post-Fordism has added new blocks of social time to work time, relational communication time, time for reflection, learning time, and so on. In other words, the rise of reflective, cognitive, and communicative work, which led to an increase in the time dedicated to work, was itself part of the new economy's efforts to overcome the resistance and the protest against Fordist-Taylorist work by granting workers greater autonomy and responsibility. Marazzi's distinctive account of the global and financial dimension of post-Fordism involves conceding that, as others have pointed out, in some ways, globalization is nothing particularly new. There is an echo here with the likes of Paul Hurst and Graham Thompson who, in their influential book, Globalization in Question, argued that, in some respects, the current international economy is less open and integrated than the regime that prevailed from 1870 to 1914. Marazzi insists, however, that processes like the financialization of household economies, where savings are diverted to global security markets in the hope of receiving greater returns, is nevertheless unprecedented. Financialization is said to be centered on the concept of liquidity. This is what allows for the securities that savings have been invested in to be rapidly exchangeable and negotiable. And this exchangeability and negotiability requires a reference value capable of indicating their price. And it is here that Marazzi identifies one of the key ways communication is fundamental to financialization. He quotes the French economist André Orlean as writing, "The financial market organizes the confrontation." Cognitive Capitalism 1525. Between the personal opinions of investors in such a way as to produce a collective judgment that has the status of a reference value. Communication plays a role in financial markets in the sense, furthermore, that speculative behavior is rational because markets are self-referential. Investors respond less on the basis of information and rather on the basis of what they believe will be the reaction of the other investors in the face of that information. An investor may not themselves be convinced by, say, warnings from the chairman of the Federal Reserve about the dangers of inflation, but they will need to respond to how they believe others will react. Financialization requires mass communication, then, because it depends on mimetic rationality, a kind of herd behavior based on the information deficit of individual investors. What is novel here is not the understanding of financial investors' behavior. After all, in his general theory of employment, interest, and money, John Maynard Keynes famously likened the financial markets to a game in which the contestants have to predict what average opinion is. The novelty is instead found in the sweeping reach of financial markets and the financialization of household economies, mentioned earlier. Just as the economist Yanmo Boateng describes financialization as an expression of the remodeling and reformatting of material production taking place in cognitive capitalism, this process can also be described as a financialization of social reproduction, or what Randy Martin called a financialization of daily life, such that an apparently ever larger proportion of human activities are drawn into the logic of finance and subjected to financial discipline. Immaterial labor and mass intellectuality. Around the same time as Marazzi was addressing the role of communication, cognition, and language in production, others associated with Operaismo, like Maurizio Lazzarato, began theorizing what they called immaterial labor. This was said to be caught up with a post-Taylorist mode of production, and with processes of social communication that themselves involved the production of subjectivity, particularly in industries like advertising, fashion, marketing, television, cybernetics, and so forth. For Lazzarato, there are two components to the concept of immaterial labor. It refers, first, to the informational content of commodities, so that the skills required of the workforce in the tertiary and industrial sectors are those of cybernetics and computer control, as well as communication, both horizontal and vertical. Second, the concept refers to commodities' cultural content. Immaterial labor, in other words, involves a series of activities that are not normally recognized as work. It includes, for instance, those activities entailed in defining and fixing cultural 1526 and artistic standards, fashions, tastes, consumer norms and, more strategically, public opinion. Boateng draws on this crucial aspect of immaterial labor in particular when describing the political economic transformations that are occurring amid the emergence of cognitive capitalism, has himself been quite critical of some aspects of the cognitive capitalism hypothesis. While these sorts of laboring practices have long existed, they are no longer the privileged domain of the bourgeoisie and its children. Since the 1970s, Lazzarato argues, manual labor itself has increasingly come to entail intellectual procedures, so that the distinctions between manual and mental, material and immaterial labor have blurred. Paulo Verno has similarly insisted that, as a depository of cognitive and communicative skills, all post-Fordist labor power is intellectual. He describes such labor power as the intellectuality of the masses, or the form that is today taken by the general intellect. This latter term has been central to Operaist accounts of immaterial, cognitive, and intellectual labor. It is borrowed from a passage in Marx's Grundrisse, where it is used just once to point to the way that general social knowledge could become a direct force of production. Fixed capital, Marx argued, machines, railways, electricity, telegraphs, and so on, can express the power of knowledge, objectified. For Verno, the general intellect in fact represents that which cannot be objectified within the system of machines, namely living labor. For this is said to increasingly take the form of linguistic services, so that Jürgen Habermas's well-known distinction between labor and interaction, or between instrumental and communicative action, no longer holds. The labor process itself involves interaction and communicative action, and the dialogical world has become instrumental, seated at the very heart of capitalistic production. For Lazzarato, immaterial forms of labor are immediately collective and constituted in networks, while operating outside the confines of the factory and at a territorial level. The associated production cycle is often invisible, capable of coming into operation when required and then dissolving into the networks and flows that make possible the reproduction and enrichments of its productive capacities as soon as the task has been completed. As a result, leisure and work time become indistinguishable, and life becomes inseparable from work. Cognitive capitalism. The concept of cognitive capitalism features explicitly in the work of numerous operaist theorists, some of whom we have encountered earlier. Examples include Cognitive Capitalism 1527. Fumagalli, Marazzi, Negri, and Vercellone. Others, like Berardi in The Soul at Work, allude to the concept with talk of a cognitariat, cognitive work, and cognitive labor, but do not use the term cognitive capitalism itself. These analyses, along with those of mass intellectuality, immaterial labor, and biopolitical production, also resonate in important ways with others developed outside the post-workerist tradition. For instance, in her crucial 1985 text, A Cyborg Manifesto, translated and published by the post-workerist journal Futur and Terror in 1992, Donna Haraway discussed the reconfiguration of social relations tied to science and technology amid the move from what she described as an organic, industrial society to a polymorphous, information system. Her goal was partly to rethink socialist feminism in light of women's integration/exploitation into a world system of production/reproduction and communication which she called the informatics of domination. This was a process that, she emphasized, entailed a massive intensification of insecurity and impoverishment, with common failure of subsistence networks for the most vulnerable. Perhaps the most extended explicit presentation of the cognitive capitalism hypothesis currently available in the Anglophone world is that of Moali Erbotang in his book Cognitive Capitalism. For Moali Erbotang, cognitive capitalism is a mode of accumulation in which the object of accumulation consists mainly of knowledge, which becomes the basic source of value, as well as the principal location of the process of valorization. He distinguishes his own account from a number of other analyses of capitalism's recent transformations, each of which is seen as falling short in different ways. He argues, for instance, that theories of the knowledge-based economy tend to understand knowledge production as a discrete sector, rather than a phenomenon that is transforming the economy as a whole, the very manufacturing notion of single driving sectors. Indeed, the transformations he identifies are said to extend beyond the economy, perceived as just one instance of society, and to be occurring throughout capitalism as a whole. Analyses of the information society are said to often reduce knowledge to information. Cognitive capitalism does not just valorize information, which had already occurred in the age of mass industrial capitalism, rather, it puts to work intelligence and innovation. Accounts of technological capitalism might recognize the role of innovation, in that they explain growth through the emergence of highly productive sectors enabled by new information technologies, as in the neo-Schumpeterian approach discussed earlier. But for Moali Erbotang, these analyses tend to be too deterministic, failing to recognize the central role of the social uses played by technology and reducing knowledge to an automatic accompaniment of technology. 1528. Industrial capitalism is said to have been typified by bodily work carried out by manual laborers processing raw materials within large factories, breaking substantially with an earlier merchant capitalism. And today, a new, third, cognitive, capitalism is said to be emerging at the global level. Here Moali Erbotang's argument resonates with Hart and Negri's as well as Paul B. Preciado's descriptions of the qualitative hegemony of biopolitical or pharmacopornographic production. Cognitive capitalism rearranges and reorganizes material industrial production, rather than eliminating it. And financialization is the expression of this remodeling, of this reformatting, of material production. Moali Erbotang argues that any adequate definition of cognitive capitalism needs to define its system of accumulation, its mode of production, and the specific type of exploitation it entails. Its system of accumulation is said to be based on forms of what he calls immaterial investment, with the generation of profits largely deriving from a capacity to capture gains arising from knowledge and innovation. Where knowledge functions as a basic source of value and as the principal location of the process of valorization, questions of positioning within networks, alliances, and property rights are said to be rendered major institutional and organizational factors. Energy and labor are still expended in processes of mechanical transformation, of course. But the centrality of industrial systems of accumulation recedes amid a cooperation of brains in the production of the living by means of living, via the new information technologies. Cognitive capitalism's mode of production, which entails the production of material goods, services, signs, and symbols, is rooted, then, in the cooperative labor of human brains joined together in networks by means of computers. As such, education, research, technological development, communication systems, information flow, and innovation have all become crucial. And social and property rights have been redefined, and new institutional rules developed, particularly in relation to the capture of positive externalities, and especially those that are knowledge-based. 5.1 Result, Moali-Erbotang argues, is that human capital and the quality of the population have now become crucial factors in defining the new wealth of nations. Within cognitive capitalism's specific form of exploitation, surplus value, the production of value over and above the costs of reproducing the workforce, is said to entail splitting living labor in two. One part of this living labor is consumed by capital. It becomes accumulated capital or dead labor crystallized in, for instance, machinery. Yet there is another part of living labor that is not destroyed as an intermediate consumption, and it continues to exist as a means of production throughout the cycle. This second part is certainly consumed as bodily energy, then, but it also develops as a means of production of living as living labor. It builds itself as a skill, as a know-how resistant to its reduction to pure human. Cognitive Capitalism 1529. Capital that can be objectified. Cognitive capitalism produces, then, what Moali-Erbotang calls, living labor by means of living labor and knowledge by means of knowledge, so that what is produced is not just accumulated capital as dead labor but also the living capital of the enterprise. The production of surplus value in merchant and industrial capitalism required the consumption of living labor power. It was purchased and set in motion, with the distinction drawn, in Marx's formulation, between the necessary labor entailed in producing the quantity of value required to replenish the labor power that had been consumed, and the surplus labor that produced value over and above this sum. As such, Moali-Erbotang explains, while necessary labor is transformed into a wage dedicated to the reconstitution of the biological and cultural potential of the workforce, surplus labor is transformed into profits that could be accounted for in the next cycle, as new machines. Cognitive capitalism, in contrast, resists this perfect objectification of invention power in the work process or in the product. This is not to say, however, that cognitive capitalism does not entail exploitation. It does. Indeed, by increasing working hours and reducing wages, on the one hand, and by investing in technologies that increase the productivity of labor, on the other, it is said to combine the extraction of both absolute as well as relative surplus value. 6. Biopolitical production. Much like Lazaretto's account, Michael Hart and Antonio Negri's theorization of immaterial labor also identifies a blurring of life and labor. Nowhere is this clearer than in their development of the notion of immaterial labor as a form of biopolitical production. The term biopolitics derives from Michel Foucault's discussion of biopower, which he describes, in Volume 1 of History of Sexuality, as taking charge of life more than it threatens death. For Foucault, this situation emerged in the 19th century, as two poles of power, distinct yet not antithetical, began to operate in concert. The first centered on the body as a machine, increasing both its utility and docility, while the second focused on the species body, the body imbued with the mechanics of life and serving as the basis of the biological process, supervising the health of the population, its birth and mortality rates, and so on. Foucault uses the terms biopower and biopolitics relatively interchangeably. The former names the 1530 mechanism by which power comes to focus on the production and management of life, and the latter describes the actual enacting of relationships within which the former exists. For Hart and Negri, however, the distinction is substantial. Biopower, on the one hand, stands above society, transcendent, as a sovereign authority and imposes its order. While biopolitical production is, on the other, immanent to society and creates social relationships and forms through collaborative labor. Hart and Negri emphasize the distinction Gilles Deleuze drew in his own discussion of Foucault's work, between disciplinary and control societies. The former are said to have emerged with the first phase of capitalist accumulation, structuring the parameters and limits of thought and practice, sanctioning and prescribing normal and/or deviant behaviors. The latter developed at the far edge of modernity and opens toward the postmodern, with increasingly democratic forms of command becoming ever more immanent to the social field, distributed throughout the brains and bodies of the citizens. It is in control societies, then, that production becomes biopolitical. Life is made to work for production and production is made to work for life. For Hart and Negri, immaterial labor is labor of the head and heart, deploying both cognition and effect in the process of producing images, information, knowledge, effects, codes, and social relationships. In the sense that this labor also generates and shapes social relationships, minds, bodies, and needs, the object of production becomes, in many ways, the subject itself. In Testo Junkie, Paul B. Preciado engages directly with post-workerist theories of cognitive capitalism and biopolitical production, picking up in particular on part of Hart and Negri's argument, namely that Marx's recognition of the importance of industrial labor in the 19th and 20th centuries had not been due to its quantitative dominance but rather a qualitative hegemony. In other words, it was important because it demonstrated a capacity to transform agricultural and other forms of production, as well as society itself, in its own image. For Hart and Negri, immaterial labor occupies the position today that industrial labor did in Marx's day. Preciado's argument is that the new age of political world economy is in fact better understood through the lens of pharmacopornographic production and control. It is what represents the model of all other forms of production, infiltrating and dominating the entire flow of capital, from agrarian biotechnology to high-tech industries of communication. The pharmacopornographic regime is defined as post-industrial, global, and mediatic, and names the processes of biomolecular and semiotic technical government of sexual subjectivity. Technoscience is said to have transformed a series of concepts, from the psyche and libido over femininity and masculinity, through to hetero-homo-. Cognitive Capitalism 1531. Inter- and transsexuality, into tangible realities which manifest themselves in commercial chemical substances and molecules, biotype bodies, and fungible technological goods managed by multinationals. The pharmaceutical industry is said to represent one of the key load-bearing branches of post-Fordist capitalism, along with the industry of war and the pornographic industry, with the latter described as the great mainspring of our cyber economy. 7 Here, amateur portals, rather than sites owned by multinationals like Playboy, are said to be the truly emerging market, offering a profit maximization model for the cybernetic market comparable only to financial speculation, minimum investment, direct sales of the product in real time in a unique fashion, the production of instant satisfaction for the customer. Preciado writes, if the financial analysts who direct Google, eBay, or Facebook are attentively following the fluctuations of the cyberporn market, it's because the sex industry furnishes an economic model of the cybernetic market as a whole. Cognitive labor and feminization. Some of the authors whose work has already been mentioned, Haraway, for instance, have described, amid their accounts of post-industrial transformations in labor and life, processes of labor's feminization. The term often refers, first, to an increase in the number and proportion of women within the waged workforce. In her critical engagement with operaist accounts of post-Fordist production, Angela McRobbie points towards an expansion in opportunities and in the aspirations of young women, from the late 1970s onwards, largely due to the impact of feminism and the sexual revolution providing birth control. As such, she argues, we can begin to see a close correlation between women's increasing independence and the growth of post-Fordist production processes. Second, feminization frequently describes the ways qualities that have traditionally been associated with women's work, such as affective, emotional, and relationship tasks, are becoming increasingly central in all sectors of labor, albeit in different forms in different parts of the world. And third, a growing number of jobs are acquiring characteristics associated with women's historical pattern of labor force participation. For instance, in her study of major financial centers, as agglomerations of telecommunication and information technology industries, Sasson notes that while more women than men are employed in part-time, temporary, and seasonal jobs, all the evidence points to a significant increase of such jobs among men over the last decade. Any moves towards greater equality appear to take the form, in other words, of a leveling down. Indeed, Sasson argues that even high-earning professional and managerial employees based in 1532 new specialized services and financial firms, the labor aristocracy of cognitive capitalism if ever there was one, are more vulnerable to dismissal with fewer claims on their employers than was the case with their equivalents in the large commercial banks and insurance houses. Several scholars of feminist post-Fordist labor have also stressed the blurring of distinctions between production and reproduction today, so that when we say work in cognitive capitalism we mean less and less a precise and circumscribed part of life. 8. The implication of the realm of reproduction in the production of surplus value, either directly or indirectly, has of course long been emphasized by many feminists. Anne Haraway described the integration of factory, home, and market on a new scale in her Cyborg Manifesto. She identified in particular the emergence of a homework economy, involving a restructuring of work that broadly has the characteristics formerly ascribed to female jobs, jobs literally done by women, as a world capitalist organizational structure. While technology was not causing this phenomenon, it was what was making it possible. Communication technologies enabled, for instance, the control of labor at a time in which it was becoming increasingly decentralized and dispersed, and in a way that eventually allowed for the decimation of relatively privileged, mostly white, men's unionized jobs. There is a recognition here, then, of the differentiated processes and degrees of feminization. She observes for instance that, while new technologies had led to the loss of the family wage by those who had ever known it, black women in the USA had of course long known both the experience of black men's structural underemployment, as well as their own highly vulnerable position in the wage economy. Meanwhile, she observed, as robotics and related technologies put men out of work in developed countries and exacerbate failure to generate male jobs in third world development, and as the automated office becomes the rule even in labor surplus countries, the feminization of work continues. Preciado critiques the notions of work's feminization, and the idea of the becoming woman of work, as this appears in the writings of Marazzi, Lazzarato, and Negri, insisting that there is nothing more feminine in post-Fordist work than there was in the industrial era. He points out that women have worked as slaves in cotton fields, packed sardines on assembly lines, toiled in the textile industry, and in the manufacture of smart cards. The conflation of sure, stable, and permanent with industrial and male and flexible, changeable, mobile, and precarious with post-industrial and female reveals, for Preciado, a presupposed heterocentricity and an unsustainable metaphysics of sexual difference. In fact, the criteria that are commonly seen. Cognitive Capitalism 1533. As characterizing the feminization of work, such as flexibility, total availability, high-level adaptability, vulnerability, talent for improvisation, are said to be better understood as those of sex work. In other words, post-Fordism is increasingly characterized by lack of security, sale of corporeal and affective services at a low price, social devaluation of the body that performs the work, exclusion from the right to residency. These features were of course always there, but their character is becoming more structural and explicit. Critiques of the cognitive capitalism hypothesis. A range of criticisms has been made of the cognitive capitalism hypothesis. Hart and Negri, for instance, suggest that many theories of mass intellectuality, immaterial labor, and the general intellect that have emerged out of Italian workerism tend to examine the new laboring practices in biopolitical society only in their intellectual and incorporeal aspects, neglecting the productivity of bodies and the value of affect. And just as corporeal components are present in the realm of intellectual production, as anybody who has spent long hours in front of a computer screen, in a laboratory, or working as an interpreter will tell you, unwaged reproductive and care work also commingle immaterial, affective, and cognitive elements with their material component. Cleaning up a toilet untrained child, for instance, is of course material, but the ability to anticipate such a child's bowel movements, thus minimizing the unsavory work, requires developed communicative and cognitive skills. To the extent that capital has always been dependent on reproductive labor, and capitalism have always been at least partly cognitive. McRobbie argues that Operaismo's accounts of post-Fordist production, including its discussions of immaterial labor and cognitive capitalism, have failed to foreground gender, or indeed to knit gender and ethnicity into prevailing concerns with class and class struggle. She suggests that, while recognizing the lack of a clear dividing line between working life and everyday life including leisure, there remains an implicit emphasis on the workplace as the site for a new radical politics. They do not disavow the political importance of everyday life and other social institutions, but the movement of their analysis follows a line from the workplace outwards to the social factory, a term that itself suggests, for McRobbie, a hierarchy and a preeminent place for wage labor and class politics. In Post-Capitalism, A Guide to Our Future, Paul Mason argues the theorists of cognitive capitalism are too ready to present it as a fully functioning system, newer and more coherent than is in fact the case. This is a technique common in European speculative thought, to invent a category and apply it to everything, thus reclassifying all existing things as subcategories of your new 1534 idea. It saves you the trouble of analyzing complex and contradictory realities. The importance of the rise of old-style industrial production in Brazil, Russia, India, or China is underestimated, for instance. We could say something similar about repeasantization, a process, described by Walden Bellow in The Food Wars, whereby entrepreneurial farmers abandon capitalist farming and increasing numbers of urbanites take up small-scale agriculture. Yet while the claims made by the theorists of cognitive capitalism are indeed bold in their tone and content, such contradictions and counter-tendencies are often acknowledged. Moali Erbotang, for instance, concedes that the makeup of cognitive labor is varied, repeating in some ways the old cleavages between, say, the poor, the lumpenproletariat, the proletarians and the working class. Kaffentzis has also pointed towards a number of problems with the notion of cognitive capitalism and its cognates, such as informational capitalism and the knowledge economy. First, he argues the terminology used by institutions such as the OECD and the World Bank to define knowledge-based industries involves extraordinary fuzziness. Are non-knowledge-based industries ignorance-based? He asks. And he finds a similar lack of reflection on the meaning of knowledge in the work of Vercellone and others. Just as contemporary immaterial labor involves a corporeal component, then, the labor of both craft workers and the Fordist mass worker was never purely material. As Gerald Hanlon shows, appropriating to capital the knowledge of the craft worker was the political project of Friedrich Taylor and the other pioneers of scientific management. 9 Indeed, we can only explain the effectiveness of the work tour as a tactic of struggle in the Fordist era if we recognize the cognitive and communicative element of mass work. Second, and citing the example of derivatives dealers, Kaffentzis argues that it is misleading to describe many of the forms of labor power set to work in intellectual property-intensive industries as knowledge work or living knowledge. This is an issue Berardi also recognizes. He argues that, in becoming an economic necessity, the labor of communication, which he defines as central to cognitive labor, loses its character of gratuitous, pleasurable, and erotic contact. He makes a distinction within mental labor between those involved in the kind of repetitive work experienced in much the same way as industrial labor, and what he calls properly cognitive labor, where intellectual energies are engaged in a constant creative deterritorialization. Third, various theorists of cognitive capitalism and immaterial labor have stressed that, where knowledge production is at stake, the traditional opposition between labor and non-labor loses any foundation. As Hart and Negri explain, an idea or an image comes to you not only in the office but also in the shower or in your dreams. Moreover, both. Cognitive Capitalism 1535. Within firms and in society in general, cognitive capitalism involves the mobilization and the cooperation of collective knowledges in the form of the general intellect. As such, while labor is said to remain the source of value and the creation of wealth, it can no longer be measured on the basis of labor time directly dedicated to production. 10 Kaffentzai suggests, however, that the value produced by labor continues to be determined by the labor time expended in production, in the sense that clock time production has always had a tangential relation to commodity value, which is determined by the average socially necessary labor time. In other words, the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. Moreover, he points out that the process of producing immaterial goods and their transformation into intellectual property is a process in time that can be measured, with those working within IPII's routinely given task-specific contracts with temporal deadlines. And while theorists of cognitive capitalism and immaterial labor have often stressed the post-Taylorist nature of contemporary production, a growing body of literature emphasizes the prevalence of Taylorist forms of management, from the surveillance, standardization, and quantification of academic labor in the UK's higher education sector, to the highly alienated, fragmented, individualist, and algorithmically standardist work of microtasking that makes up what Maurice Alton-Wright calls the New Digital Taylorism. 11 Cognitive capitalism is, then, an enormously suggestive concept that seems to capture some important characteristics that distinguish the capitalism of the past few decades from earlier forms. But, as with many suggestive concepts, it needs to be treated with care, lest it obscures and elides as much as it illuminates. Why biocognitive capitalism? The aim of this chapter is twofold. On the one hand, it is an attempt to systematize a series of reflections and concepts elaborated by a number of studies in the 2010s. The chapter engages with scholars from different disciplines, but all identify, despite their internal differences, with a method of analysis rooted in Italian workerist thought of the 1960s. It discusses an issue that has provoked much debate in the last few years, especially in the field of what is called autonomous Marxism, that is to say, the analysis of the salient characteristics of the current state of capitalism. One in the last 30 years, the process of capitalist accumulation and valorization has assumed different names. The most common of these, post-Fordism, is also the oldest. The term post-Fordism became popular during the 1990s, especially through the French École de la Régulation. The term post-Fordism refers to the period from the 1975 crisis to the early 1990s crisis, during which the process of accumulation and valorization were no longer based on the centrality of Fordist material production, the vertically integrated large factory. At the same time, we do not yet possess an alternative paradigm in this period. Unsurprisingly, in the prefix post we express what is no longer there, without underlining what actually appears in the present. The post-Fordist stage is in fact characterized by the complementary presence of more and other productive models, from the 84. Biocognitive capitalism. Andrea Fumagalli 1540. Japanese Toyotist model of just-in-time production derived from Taylorism 3 to the industrial district model of small enterprises 4 and the development of hierarchical productive lines that tend to become international 5. Among these models, it is still impossible to identify a hegemonic paradigm. After the First Gulf War, innovations in the fields of transportation, language, and information communication technology began to gather around a new single paradigm of accumulation and valorization. The new capitalist configuration tended to identify knowledge and space as commodities in the new foundation for dynamic accumulation. Consequently, two new dynamic economies of scale were formed, which were the basis for growth in productivity: learning economies and network economies. The former is connected to the process of knowledge creation and distribution, the latter derive from the organizational modalities of each district, which are no longer used for production and distribution only, but increasingly as a vehicle of diffusion of knowledge and technological progress. We name this new paradigm of accumulation cognitive capitalism. 6. The term capitalism designates the permanence, though metamorphic, of the fundamental variables of the capitalistic system, the leading role of profit, and the wage system in particular, or more precisely, the different forms of employed labor from which surplus value is extracted. The attribute cognitive evidences the new nature of labor, the sources of valorization and property structure on which the process of accumulation is founded, and the contradictions that this mutation generates. 7. The centrality of learning and network economies, typical of cognitive capitalism, was brought into question at the beginning of the new millennium, following the bursting of the Internet economy bubble and its speculations in March 2000. The new cognitive paradigm alone was unable to protect the socio-economic system from the structural instability that characterized it. Since capitalism requires that new liquidity constantly be directed into the financial markets, the ability of financial markets to generate value is tied to the development of conventions. These conventions can often create somewhat homogeneous expectations, thereby pushing the main financial operators to support certain types of financial activities. 8. The Internet economy bubble of the 1990s was followed in the 2000s by the great attraction to developments in Asian markets and real estate markets. Independently of the dominant convention, contemporary capitalism is always in search of new social and vital circles to absorb and commodify, involving more and more the bare vital faculties of human beings. It is for this reason that in the last few years we have been hearing about bioeconomy and biocapitalism. 9. At this point the reader should clearly understand that the lemma biocognitive capitalism is nothing more than the contraction of cognitive capitalism and biocognitive capitalism. 1541. Bioeconomy, biocognitive capitalism is thus the term that defines contemporary capitalism, as far as overall Western countries are concerned. It is important to underline that here, the term life refers to the ancient Greek concept of bios and not of zoe. More in particular, zeta omega means the principle, the essence of life that belongs in common, indiscriminately, to the universality of all living beings, and which has the opposite concept of non-life. Beta omicron, instead, indicates the conditions of possibility, the ways in which our life takes place. It is this second meaning, bios, which interests us. Not life from a biological perspective but life from a social point of view, as an expression of human relationships. In this context, the works of Foucault are particularly relevant. 10. With the advent of capitalism, in the 19th century, there is an important change, the passage from the sovereign power that acted from above, with the sword, exercising the right to kill or let live his subjects, to a power that instead wants to organize, order, direct the population and therefore manage life, not death. Paradoxically, death does not come out of the landscape at all, but is exploited as an instrument to obtain more life. In the emergence of a biopolitical practice, a new way of understanding the concept of population is created, as a compact body governed by specific and precise laws. These laws should therefore be studied, analyzed, and known in order to bend them towards our own interests as rulers and for the maintenance of the body itself, through certain devices such as demography and statistics, or with the classification into certain organisms such as an army and or a school. Foucault's analysis proceeds by identifying the important and indissoluble link between biopolitics and capitalism. The new techniques of power act, especially at the level of economic processes, to concurrently allow growth and docility, or the governability of the population. Starting from this analysis, the evolution of capitalism from Fordism to biocognitive capitalism fits well with the passage from materialistic production to intangible services, which are more and more involved in the management of social relations, bodies, subjectivities, that is, life, today at the foundation of capitalistic accumulation. In other words, we can say that the accumulation of capital today is primarily defined by the accumulation of the human conceived of as capital. The main characteristics of biocognitive capitalism. Financial markets are the pulsating heart, knowledge is the brain, relational activities and social production are the nervous system. Biocognitive capitalism is a single body, inside of which the real sphere cannot be separated from the financial, neither can the productive sphere be separated from the unproductive, work time from lifetime or production from reproduction. And 1542. Consumption. We can state that in biocognitive capitalism, financial markets directly affect the process of accumulation and valorization. In a broader sense, financialization marks the definitive passage from commodity money to sign money. 11. With the complete dematerialization of money, financial markets define the social and hierarchic conventions which were able to secure short-term monetary value. At the same time, they left open the relations of debit and credit, provided sufficient trust was generated in the operators. From this viewpoint, financial markets lubricated the process of accumulation. In the capitalistic system, in fact, there is no accumulation without debt. It is not a case that, from the 1990s onwards, financial markets have more and more played the role of financing investment activity by firms. The liquidity drawn by financial markets rewards the restructuring of production aimed at exploiting knowledge and the control of spaces external to the enterprise. Secondly, in the presence of surplus value, financial markets have the same role in the current economic system that the Keynesian multiplier had in industrial Fordist capitalism. However, unlike the classic Keynesian multiplier, the new financial multiplier leads to a distorted distribution of revenues. For such a multiplier to be operative, 12. The financial basis must be constantly growing, and the capital gain must be, on average, higher than the median salary loss. The polarization of revenues increases the risk of debt insolvency, which is the very basis of the growth of the financial foundation, and reduces the median salary. Thirdly, financial markets, by channeling an ever-growing portion of work revenues, in this way substitute the public welfare state. From this point of view, financial markets represent the privatization of the reproductive sphere of life. 13. Finally, financial markets are the place where capitalistic valorization takes place today, that is, the place where the exploitation of social cooperation and of the general intellect are measured via the dynamics of stock market values. As a consequence, profit transforms into rent. 14. And financial markets become the place where labor value is determined and transformed into finance value. The latter is nothing other than the subjective expression of the expectation of future profits articulated by financial markets, which in this way secure a rent. 15. Financial markets thus exercise biopower. 16. The competitiveness of a company is largely dependent not on internal economies but on external ones, that is to say, on the ability to capture productive surpluses that come from the cognitive resources of a territory. Capital, then, benefits freely from the collective knowledge of society as if it were a gift of nature. From this point of view, the becoming rent of profit takes the form of a privatization of what is commonwealth, gaining revenues from the creation of an artificial scarcity of resources. It is the commonwealth that links together, in Biocognitive Capitalism 1543. A single logic, the rent coming from real estate speculation and financial rent, which, since the beginning of the 1980s, played a major role in fiscal crises and the dismantling of welfare state institutions, as a result of the privatization of currency and public debt. The becoming rent of profit 17 derives, then, from the attempt at privatizing knowledge and life. This is achieved through politics promoting the reinforcement of intellectual property rights so that the cost of numerous commodities is kept artificially high, although their reproduction costs are extremely low or even close to zero. However, it should be remembered that in biocognitive capitalism we are also in the presence of elements of real subsumption of labor to capital resulting from the intensification of labor and production, thanks to the introduction of linguistic and communication technologies, able to involve directly and indirectly the lives of individuals. 18 Productive activity is increasingly based on immaterial elements, that is to say, on intangible raw materials which are very hard to measure and quantify, and which come directly from the utilization of the relational, sentimental and cerebral faculties of human beings. The process of valorization loses, in this way, the measuring unit usually connected to material production. This measure used to be somewhat defined according to the necessary amount of labor needed for the production of commodities, measurable on the basis of the tangibility of production and the time necessary for production. With the advent of biocognitive capitalism, valorization tends to graft itself onto different forms of labor, which go beyond the official work time and coincide more and more with the whole lifetime. Today, the value of labor at the basis of biocognitive accumulation is also the value of knowledge, of affects, social production and relationships. It is the value of the imaginary and the symbolic. The activity of production is carried out with different organizational modes, which are characterized by a network structure, thanks to the development of technologies for communication and transportation. What follows is a disruption of the traditional and unilateral hierarchic form typical of the factory. This is substituted by hierarchic structures activated on the territory along subsupply production chains and characterized by relations of cooperation and/or control. In biocognitive capitalism, the division of labor itself takes on cognitive characteristics, and therefore is based on the differential access and use of different forms of knowledge. Knowledge can be divided into 4 levels: information, codified knowledge, tacit knowledge, and culture, characterized by unilateral relations of dependence. Information is the basic level of knowledge that is more and more incorporated into the machine element. Codified knowledge is a specialized knowledge that derives from tacit knowledge but that is transmitted through standardized procedures, with machines as intermediary, as a consequence of which its bearer can be substituted at any moment, having no contractual power. Tacit knowledge can derive from personal learning 1544 processes or from specific investments in R&D. Furthermore, at least until codified, it can only be transmitted through a human being, thus possibly generating forms of enclosures. Those who possess tacit knowledge, which is relevant for the productive process, therefore have a high contractual power and define the hierarchical structure of labor and production. However, tacit knowledge, if relevant, is destined to transform into codified knowledge, sooner or later, and thus loses value. Lastly, culture is the set of knowledge that allows us to use the intellectual function, that is to say, the ability to think and act critically and creatively, not immediately subsumed to the logic of biocognitive valorization. As a consequence, culture is a threat to the reproducibility of the socio-economic system, and it also constitutes a surplus that exceeds control. In biocognitive capitalism, the condition of the labor force goes hand in hand with mobility and the predominance of individual contracting. This derives from the fact that nomadic individuals are put to work, and the primacy of private rights over workers' rights brings about a transformation of the contribution of individuals, especially if characterized by cognitive, relational, and affective activities, into contractual individualism. Labor relations based on precarious conditions, that is to say, the temporal limit and spatial mobility of labor, are the basic paradigm in which the relationship between capital and labor takes place. Precariousness then becomes a structural, existential, and generalized condition. 19 An essential character of biocognitive capitalism is the dematerialization of fixed capital, and the transfer of its productive and organizational functions to the living body of labor power. This process lies at the origin of one of the paradoxes of new capitalism, the contradiction between the rise in importance of cognitive work as a lever for the production of wealth and, at the same time, the devaluation of that work as far as salary and the profession are concerned. This paradox is inherent in Marazzi's definition of the anthropogenetic character of contemporary capitalistic production, underlined in one of his essays 20 in Biocognitive Capitalism. The living being contains within itself the functions of both fixed and variable capital, that is, of both the material and machinery forms of labor belonging to the past and of the living labor of the present, bios. In biocognitive capitalism, the separation between abstract labor and concrete labor is not as clear as it was in industrial Fordist capitalism. In biocognitive capitalism, life itself is valorized. The theory of labor value becomes the theory of life value. 21. This is accomplished through the valorization of the differences that each individual brings. These are those differences, in their individuality, that are able to empower the relational activities which underlie the social cooperation that produces general intellect. Beyond the differences of race, gender, nationality, or other socio-economic characteristics, are the differences themselves, regardless of the anthropological characteristics that define them, to be valorized. The division of labor is characterized by new biocognitive capitalism 1545 elements linked to the different access to knowledge, in other words, of a cognitive division of labor. In fact, the spatial and biological differences, primarily gender, geography, and race in the first place, are used more as immediate discipline tools of the social body. But the emerging trend goes towards the constitution of a human subjectivity characterized by adversarial conflict between creativity in doing and brain control, a sort of bionic being, able to handle the anthropogenetic production process, a world where it is denied individuality but exalted for its individualism. The biocognitive capitalism is bioeconomic production, is bioeconomy. The traditional binary dichotomies inherited from industrial Fordist capitalism are no longer applicable. We are witnessing the overcoming of the separation between lifetime and labor time. 22. As soon as labor activities use the vital faculties of individuals, it becomes impossible to define a temporal barrier between labor and non-labor time. Even if this distinction can nominally continue to exist on a formal juridical level, the difference between life and labor no longer exists in reality, and this is also due to the new language and communication technologies. Life appears mostly subsumed to labor. 23. We are also witnessing the overcoming of the separation between workplace and life space. The multiple forms of bio-labor are in fact nomadic labor, where mobility is a primary requisite. This phenomenon leads to the definition of non-places of work, as opposed to classic forms of domestication. We are also witnessing the overcoming of the separation between production and reproduction. This is the first consequence of life becoming labor. When we talk about life, we do not only mean it as directly finalized to productive activity, but also to the social reproduction 24 of life itself, a clear example of which is the almost exclusively female caretaking work. Having said this, we can state that the erasure of this distinction implies the partial overcoming of the specific gender difference. In conclusion, we are witnessing the overcoming of the separation between production, circulation, and consumption. In biocognitive capitalism, the act of consumption is, at the same time, a participation of public opinion, an act of communication and self-marketing. In biocognitive capitalism, value creation is based primarily on the process of expropriation of the general intellect for private accumulation. The general intellect is the outcome of basic social cooperation. It allows the passage from tacit knowledge to codified knowledge as social knowledge. This passage is regulated by the evolution of the juridical forms of intellectual property rights. Such property is thereby added to that of the means of production, giving private property the control of the process of generation and diffusion of knowledge. Since the exploitation of the general intellect implies the valorization of the very existence of individuals, the process of value creation is no longer limited to the workday, but extends to include the entirety of an individual's existence. This means that the measure of exploitation is not really the time of the workday generating surplus labor, but 1546. Rather that part of the lifespan that is necessary to generate tacit knowledge, and hence social knowledge, which will be then expropriated through the process of accumulation. The effective and direct forms with which the expropriation of the general intellect creates value can be different. Among these, the valorization of commodities through the branding process is particularly significant. 25. The value of commodities increases together with the increase in their symbolic meaning and their ability to create an imaginary which is shared by consumers. Even in this case, surplus value originates from totally immaterial elements created by behavioral conventions and by shared relational activities, just as happens in financial markets. If private ownership of the means of production implies partly stealing the workday and allowing for the generation of surplus work, private intellectual property is then the theft of social knowledge understood as commonwealth. In biocognitive capitalism, the creation of value happens through the expropriation of the commonwealth. 26. In biocognitive capitalism, basic income is the remuneration for human activity, that human and productive activity which is not certified as labor by industrial relations and juridical status. The idea of basic income is centered on the concept of compensation or remuneration and not on that of assistance. It is a primary income. 27. The logic that justifies its existence is then completely opposed to the current interpretation, that is, a tool to guarantee a continuity of revenue in a temporary, conditional way. 28. In the present context of biocognitive capitalism, wealth is divided between those whose life becomes value, all those who create value from the private appropriation of common goods, and those who profit from or work in productive and service activities. As a consequence, basic income is by definition unconditional and perpetual. In other words, basic income is nothing other, today, than the equivalent of a salary in Fordist times. It is a primary income. 29. That is the result of the income distribution and not tool of income redistribution, inside a social security framework. In biocognitive capitalism, the most adequate structure of welfare is the common fare, or welfare of the common. 30. The welfare of the common is based on two main pillars. On the one hand, the guarantee of a continuity of unconditional revenue, disregarding working conditions, professional, social or citizenship status. This is complementary to any other form of direct revenue, as compensation for the productive social cooperation that forms the basis of value creation, currently expropriated for private rent and profit. On the other, access to material and immaterial common goods that allow full participation in social life by way of the free fruition of common natural/environmental goods and immaterial common goods. Biocognitive capitalism 1547. Which kind of subsumption in biocognitive capitalism? The crisis of the Fordist paradigm can be read as the crisis of the real subsumption based on material production. In the last decades, as previously argued, we have seen a shift from the production of money by means of commodities, to the production of money by means of knowledge and relational activities/social reproduction, with structural effects on the mode of production and on the valorization process. Thus, we are now in a new phase of subsumption of labor to capital, where at the same time formal subsumption and real subsumption tend to merge and feed off one another. This new situation, almost from a theoretical point of view, needs to be emphasized. In biocognitive capitalism we can still talk of formal subsumption of labor to capital when labor activity refers to abilities and to relational learning processes that the individual worker holds on the basis of their life experiences. These skills are partially completed in a period prior to the time of their use for the production of exchange value. The learning and the relationship, initially, arise as use value and, like tools and manual skills of the artisans of the first pre-Tayloristic stage of capitalist, are then salized, obter to calo 31 and formally subsumed in the production of exchange value. The presence, today, of formal subsumption is also verified by the structural lengthening of the working day. Formal subsumption in biocognitive capitalism, therefore, has the effect of broadening the basis of accumulation, including training, care, breeding, consumption, social, cultural, artistic and leisure activities. The concept of human productive activities changes, eroding the distinctions between directly productive work, artistic and cultural work and leisure activities, which all tend to converge into labor, a directly and indirectly productive activity. 32. At the same time, in biocognitive capitalism, the real subsumption is modified with respect to Taylorism, but we believe that it still operates. Now, real subsumption has to do with the dead/living labor ratio, as a consequence of the transition from repetitive, mechanical technologies to linguistic, relational ones. Static technologies, at the basis of the growth of productivity and of intensity in labor performance, switch to dynamic technologies able to exploit learning and network economies, by simultaneously combining manual tasks and brain-relational activities. The result has been the rise of new, more flexible forms of labor, in which design and manufacturing stages are no longer perfectly separable but are more and more interdependent and complementary. Even the separation between manufacturing and service production becomes more difficult to grasp. They become inseparable within the production industry. As far as material production is concerned, the introduction of new computerized systems 1548 of production, such as computer-aided design, computer-aided manufacturing and computer-aided engineering, necessitate professional skills and knowledge that make the relationship between human and machine increasingly inseparable. Now it is the living labor that may potentially dominate the dead labor of the machine, but inside the new structure of labor organization and social governance. As far as immaterial production is concerned, the hybridization between human and machine is even stronger, affecting the new industries on the technological frontier, whose names are, not by chance, characterized by the prefix bio-. The result is that on the production side of services, we are witnessing a predominance of the downstream valorization of material production, today especially in Western countries and, in the future, probably also in China and India. When life is put to work, the labor time is not measured in standard measurement units. The workday has no limits, except for natural ones. We are in the presence of formal subsumption and of the absolute surplus value extraction. When life is put to work because the brain becomes a machine, or fixed and variable capital at the same time, the intensification of labor performance reaches its maximum. We are in the presence of real subsumption and of relative surplus value extraction. In conclusion, in biocognitive capitalism, real subsumption and formal subsumption are two sides of the same coin and feed off one another. Together, they create a new form of subsumption we can call life subsumption. We prefer this term to that of subsumption of general intellect, as proposed by Carlo Vercellone, 33, since we do not refer only to the sphere of knowledge and education but also to the sphere of human relations, broadly speaking. Thus, life subsumption is a mixture of expropriation and exploitation, and the share of both depends on the type of labor activity. Since we are speaking of life subsumption, and life is not uniquely standardized in terms of abstraction, inevitably we must consider the different means by which life subsumption occurs. There are mainly four means: dispossession, 34 extraction, 35 finance subsumption, 36 and imprinting. 37 The first two in fact mainly refer to the idea of formal subsumption, albeit in different ways. The third, as defined by Riccardo Bellofiore, 38 has to do mainly with real subsumption, while the fourth implies a discussion beyond the concept of subsumption. 39 We consider the concept of life subsumption a good starting point and incubator to develop further analysis. Some critical points. In their book of 2014, Melinda Cooper and Catherine Waldby discuss the term bioeconomics, by referring to its definition according to the neo-workerist Biocognitive Capitalism 1549 approach, explicitly quoting the concept of cognitive biocapitalism as proposed by Fumagalli in 2011. 41. Their critique deals with the absence of the analysis of material mechanisms which affect the human bodies in the labor process of post-Fordism. 42. The neo-workerist approach, in particular, indicates an aporia. It fails to pose the most salient question: what exactly was life itself under Fordist conditions of production? What, in other words, were its gendered and racialized divisions of labor? And in what sense does the actual production of bioeconomic value in the knowledge-intensive life science sector reflect or interact with these wider shifts in how the scene of reproduction is organized? In which way is this all related to the production of knowledge in advanced capitalism? 43. Actually, it is difficult to see this aporia, if we take into account that the concept of life considered here derives from bios, as clarified at the start of the chapter. It follows then that the concept of bioeconomics is interested in a range of human activity broader than simple biological existence. Of course, as Cooper and Waldby showed in a magistral way, the enlargement of the base for capitalistic accumulation has increasingly affected the same human bodies and its internal organs. The commodification of life and bodies seems to have no limits. As recognized by the authors, this trend had already started in the late Fordist era, where crisis increased the changing role played by both social and individual reproduction. The first one started to be analyzed by the feminist movements in the late 1960s and early 1970s, the latter by the first innovative procedures in the manipulation of internal organs. However, the relevance of social reproduction as a key factor in the process of valorization of capital started in the 1990s with the feminization of labor, especially of cognitive labor. 44. And was strengthened by the growth not only of care labor but also of all those activities whose core is represented by the body and brain maintenance. 45. Education, health, and welfare systems are today some of the sectors with greater added value inside a new configuration of accumulation that is more and more based on the expropriation of the social and reproductive commonwealth. 46. We referred to this perspective when we introduced the notion of biocognitive capitalism as a new mode of production. This is a controversial point compared to other Marxist analyses. Is there real discontinuity between the Fordist process of accumulation and the contemporary one? The radical changes undergone by capitalism on a global scale have fueled the theoretical discussion around the new phenomena of globalization and the different organizational patterns of production. Despite these changes, the origins of exploitation always lie in the capital-labor relationship. This assessment is at the basis of the neo-workerist approach too and is confirmed by the analysis developed in earlier paragraphs. Nevertheless, some Marxist scholars 47 criticize 1550. The hypothesis of cognitive capitalism because of the abandonment of the labor value theory. If the labor value theory continues to be valid, the capitalistic system of production in its structural core is not subject to changes. What does change is the way in which the capital-labor ratio is organized at the superstructural level, but the social and economic laws that govern it remain unchanged. As Jacob Rigi writes, the hegemonic role of information in contemporary capitalism has misled Negri and his associates to declare that the law of value does not govern contemporary postmodern capitalism. This claim is fundamentally wrong. The laws of value and surplus value remain the basic foundations of contemporary capitalism. 48. 2 points need to be made. The first deals with the fact that neo-workerist thought is anything but homogeneous and cohesive. Nevertheless, it is possible to find a common root among the different analyses. This is reflected in the current debate between the various analyses of the concept of subsumption. It is therefore a symptom of superficiality, especially in the critical area, to flatten the whole of neo-workerist thought to a single elaboration. An elaboration, which refers to the positions of some of its most famous exponents, which, precisely because of their caliber and for the teachings and suggestions they were able to give, represent, not by chance, different points of view. In particular, after the success of the books by Antonio Negri and Michael Hart, the liveliest critics have equated the neo-workerist thought with that of Antonio Negri, so much so as to affirm that The post-workerist theses represent in fact the spearhead of the project of co-optation of the so-called cognitive work in the neo-bourgeois social bloc. 49. Beyond similar statements, it is necessary to reiterate a simple but banal fact, precisely because the capital-labor conflict is expressed today in many forms and expresses different subjectivities. Within the neo-workerist galaxy its interpretation is equally manifold and in any case always aimed at the transformation of the present state of things. The second point derives from an apparent misunderstanding which hides a relevant theoretical problem. In the neo-workerist approach, what is critically discussed is not the affirmation that human labor is the source of exchange value and therefore of surplus value, but rather the method of its measure. In its abstract formulation, the labor theory of value remains valid. On the contrary, with the advent of cognitive and biocognitive capitalism, the subjective theory of value utility, formulated by the neoclassical approach of Carl Menger and Stanley Jevons in 1871 and anticipated by Jeremy Bentham, which states that value and prices depend on the scarcity or abundance of a commodity, loses its meaning. The main reason lies in the fact that the main inputs of production, knowledge, relationships, virtual space, life itself, are not subject to scarcity, neither are they. Biocognitive Capitalism 1551. Rival goods, in fact, the more they are spilled, the more they spread and become abundant. This point is confirmed by Michael Hart, when he affirms. But let me say some obvious things first. Our thesis on the crisis of the law of value is of course not a way to question that labor is today a source of value. The proposition at the beginning of the first volume of Capital is that the exchange value of every commodity is determined in some sense by the quantity of abstract labor that produces them. So the quantity of labor time that goes into making the commodity determines its exchange value. What is being questioned by this thesis on the crisis is not that labor is what produces value, it is rather that capital's ability to quantify and measure labor's contribution is in crisis. This is what I understand from this heterodox stream from the 1970s, including Negri, that the thesis on crisis that they posed was the thesis on the crisis of measure. 50. This misunderstanding, in any case, hides a different interpretation of Marxist thought and presents a corollary. The above-mentioned rigid Marxist interpretation holds that if there is a crisis in the measure of labor, then the labor theory of value itself is invalidated. This controversy reminds us of the controversy about the transformation of values in prices. If this question could not be solved, the whole Marxian theory of labor value was invalidated. After the Sraffian critique, most Marxists believed they had to abandon the Marxian formulation of labor value theory as a concrete tool to give a unit of measure to the degree of exploitation. 51. The corollary is that only the economic subjects, whose exploitation can be measured, represent the productive labor and the antagonist core to capitalism. The critical assessment is the following. 52. Starting from the cognitive thesis that labor is no longer the basis of the processes of valorization of capital, since capitalist exploitation pervades all social existence, the new workerist approach identifies the new revolutionary subject in mass intellectuality, the only subject really antagonistic to the system. For neo-workerism, as well as for the theorists of cognitive capital, the post-Fordist era marks the end of the centrality of factory labor in the production of surplus value, with the consequence that on the social level the working class can no longer be considered a force antagonist to capital. From the mass worker of the Fordist era we move on to the post-Fordist mass intellectuality, all in the sign of the continuity of the mystifying and reformist action of the neo-workerist thinkers. For this approach, in the age of the globalization of capitalism the working class has completely disappeared, giving way to a sort of social magma called widespread intellectuality. 53. This critique deals with the ascertainment of a big misunderstanding in the neo-workerist analysis between two levels of capitalist domination. It is one thing to affirm that in the current phase capitalism is so dominant that it controls all social life. It is another thing to affirm that by virtue of this domination, economic exploitation also takes place outside of production. Two concepts are identified which, although both are an expression of the capitalist mode of production, are extremely different from one another. The economic analysis of capital slips on the terrain of the ideological superstructure, thus losing the necessary scientific rigor. 54-1552. The neo-workerist approach considers this critique as false and depending on a dogmatic analysis of Marxian thought, especially if we refer to the method of Marx, which recognizes that every social and economic analysis is always an analysis in progress and therefore dynamic. It is the result of a dialectical process in constant metamorphosis. The historicist approach tells us that the understanding of a social dynamic can only be valid within a well-defined and outlined historical and/or spatial context. There are no intrinsic laws in political economy. The ambition to formulate a social analysis which tends to remain unchanged over time, through the definition of basic concepts and social aggregates defined in an anti-historical way, is not part of Marxian tradition. Another point of discussion regards the degree of global generality of the biocognitive capitalism thesis. Can we affirm that biocognitive capitalism today affects the whole globe? In the 2010s, the globalization trend reached its peak. From the point of view of capitalistic valorization, we can witness a homogeneity in the dynamics of corporate profit and financial rents all over the world, in the USA, Europe, and China. On the contrary, labor conditions have become fragmented. We can say that, today, a unique and homogeneous technical composition of labor, one that is able to provide a dominant social composition of labor as a key factor for the development of class struggle, does not exist. This labor variety does not mean that the capitalistic valorization is at the same time diversified. Even emerging capitalist countries now play a role significant enough to be able to redefine the geopolitical assets at the world level inside the same framework of accumulation, increasingly based on learning and network economies. What is different is the degree of penetration of intangible production and the share of cognitive workers. It depends on a new type of international division of labor, strictly related to the cognitive division of labor at the international level. The managerial organizations of big corporations are in fact based on a rhizomatic model, characterized by different subcontractor nodes in a flexible way, where economic power lies in intellectual property rights and in the control of financial flows. Life subsumption and the new forms of exploitation, on the one side, and precarization and individualization of labor activity, on the other, are accompanied by structural change in the system of remunerations. Are we going beyond the wage society? Of course not. But wages are no longer the unique type of remuneration inside the labor-capital ratio. Within monetary remuneration, wage as a direct and stable remuneration of labor performance is increasingly accompanied by non-salary forms of monetary remuneration paid to hetero-directed and self-employed workers. 55 Further, what is interesting to note is that some other methods of non-monetary remuneration are spreading. The role played by imaginaries within the learning and networking processes in intangible productions favors the diffusion of biocognitive capitalism. 1553. Symbolic remuneration linked to what we can define as the political economy of the promise. 56 This variety of remuneration system is the consequence of the diffusion of precarity and of the preeminence of individual bargaining on the collective one, in other words of the social dumping resulting from the imposition of neoliberal policies. In this context, the proposal of basic income can help to reverse this situation. This point is the object of a large debate within the Marxist analysis. According to Giulio Palermo, on the theoretical level, basic income, in its ideal version, is defended in particular by Keynesian school economists. According to them, this tool supports aggregate demand, growth, and employment. The most radical, those that wink to Marx, add that it also favors emancipation from wage labor. I argue instead that basic income can not only achieve these goals but actually end up going in the opposite direction, aggravating the crisis, developing liberalism, and accelerating the processes of job precarization and the commodification of society. 57. The political conclusion reached by Giulio Palermo is not very different from that of Riccardo Bellofiore and Joseph Halevi in an article from July 11, 2006 printed in the communist newspaper Il Manifesto, 58. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, the by is the shore of social liberal policies of aggression to labor conditions, dividing it. Although almost 15 years have passed, the common accusation directed at basic income by a certain type of Marxist thought is that of being ancillary to neoliberalism. The reason lies in the fact that basic income is considered as part of the social security system within the redistribution of income. Therefore, it has nothing to do with the exploitation of labor. At most, it can help to lessen this exploitation and, in this way, help to mitigate the potential for class conflict. Moreover, if it is provided in the presence of strong conditions and forms of employment compulsion, it becomes a powerful tool for social control. This is understandable. But, if we take into consideration the new process of accumulation and valorization we presented at the start of the chapter, in biocognitive capitalism, basic income must be considered as a primary income which directly affects income distribution. 59. From this point of view, basic income is already a system of remuneration and, therefore, by definition, must be unconditional. That means that it cannot be considered a tool of social control but of self-determination, with people able to exercise the right to choose work. From this point of view, basic income, unlike all the social neoliberal versions empowering the capitalistic mode of accumulation, can become incompatible with the present social structure and, therefore, a potential instrument of conflict. 1554. Conventional justifications of intellectual property are either grounded on the premise that knowledge is simply a natural element of the process of production or on a liberal presumption that the individual subject is authorized to exercise his or her rights over the general stock of human knowledge if only he or she contributes to its improvement. This chapter will show that a Marxist approach offers a far more fecund range of conceptual resources for conceiving IP through a global lens while also demonstrating the lacunae in perspectives that treat IP either as a mere object or as an individual entitlement. In what follows, we trace the genealogy of IP as a social relationship in the origins of capitalism. We look especially to the separation of mental and material production as well as the way in which IP permits capital's control and subsumption of a multiplicity of labor processes. Accordingly, we present IP here as a form of artificially produced scarcity through the appropriation of a general intellect or, in other words, as the individualization of historically and collectively produced knowledge. The presentation of these claims is organized into 4 sections. First, we offer an outline of philosophical justifications for IP. In the process of doing so, we highlight the weaknesses of the modern bourgeois sources usually used to justify rights in IP. Second, we provide an overview of Marxian and contemporary 85. Intellectual property. Paul Riekert and Christian Sadkowski. Intellectual property 1559. Marxist approaches to the role of IP. We look in particular at how IP contributes to the ongoing process of accumulation by dispossession, strengthens the division of labor, and helps to form and realize knowledge commodities, as well as how it becomes a basis for extracting rents in the information industry. Third, we give some indication of the historical development of the IP regime, from 15th century Venice to the WTO's recent trade-related intellectual property agreements. Finally, we situate some contemporary sites of struggle over IP, from the commodification of indigenous forms of knowledge to issues around academic patenting, the capitalist academic publishing industry and its domination of academic labor. A Marxist approach to IP presents the scholar with a novel, and indeed global, grasp of what is at stake in this increasingly prevalent form of private property and, as such, informs struggle against both capitalist appropriation of, and expanding control over, the exercise of life itself. Philosophical justifications of intellectual property. Typically, Philosophical justifications for IP rights are premised on the attempt to legitimize property as a right enjoyable and transferable by a sovereign individual while extending this beyond mere physical possession, privilege, and ownership to intangible entities such as ideas and inventions. There are some grounds for claiming that Renaissance ideas of individual creativity that circulated around the same time as the earliest patent statutes were emerging in 15th century Venice both informed and reflected the earliest notions of IP in the modern era. It is nonetheless fair to say that properly philosophical justifications for the right to IP emerge through the modern European philosophical concept of the idea as the outcome of the mutual constitution of reason and experience. It is worth noting that some Marxist philosophers have located the conditions for this modern epistemological position in the historical divisions to which capital submits intellectual and manual labor. For instance, Alfred Sohnrethel has posited that the notion of an individuated autonomous intellect is inseparable from the capitalist's desire to assume direct control over the process of production in the form of knowledge entirely independent from manual labor. As Kaffentzais notes, while René Descartes is usually cited as inaugurating the conception of a consciousness independent of thought and world, insofar as he extends consciousness into the legal and political sphere, and thus relates property and identity, John Locke is more important to historical conceptions of private property as well as contemporary justifications for IP rights. It is by looking to Locke's work that an assessment of philosophical defenses of IP justly begins. Locke poses the subject's moral right to the appropriation of that with which they mix their labor. In this sense, he posits the act of enclosure as a moral 1560 obligation insofar as it improves the earth for the benefit of life. Conversely, Locke deems that land left idle and so without improvement is mere waste. Extending Locke's conception of the right to the products of one's labor to the realm of ideas and inventions is in keeping with this logic insofar as the defense of IP rights tends to rest on the claim that the individual's improvement of the common stock of humanity through the invention of some process or idea justifies their right to its disposal. Such a claim is frequently drawn upon where IP is defended on the grounds that without the right to individually profit from the products of their intellectual labor, there would be no incentive to engage in that labor in the first place, hence no improvement. Lockean arguments also underlie justifications of the alienation of the products of intellectual labor through processes such as waged knowledge work, wherein capitalists take ownership of their employees' inventions. While Locke posed a spoilage limitation upon the appropriation of the commons, whereby one had to leave enough and as good for others, he also argued that the institution of money, a commodity one could trade but which did not spoil, overcame this limit to appropriation. This implies a moral freedom to sell one's intellectual labor and its products for a wage. A less common justification, especially in the Anglo-American legal tradition that tends to dominate contemporary global IP regimes, is grounded in a Hegelian view of property as tied to the existence of a free individual and their recognition by others. Insofar as individual or intellectual creations can be regarded as inherent to an individual's personality, that individual is argued to have a moral right to their IP. In other words, property ownership functions as an expression of the individual's will and thus distinguishes and protects the individual from the intrusion of others, while also preserving them from absorption by the state. On this view, property is the first embodiment of freedom insofar as it gives the individual a basis to participate in moral and social life. The Hegelian view is often opposed to Lockean justifications on the grounds that property is not founded upon a natural law nor necessarily conditional upon the individual's labor in this instance, but instead grants an unconditional moral right to property on the basis of possession itself. Nevertheless, insofar as both the Lockean and the Hegelian views ground property in ideas upon a metaphysical individualism and view knowledge as the product of the individual, they are not fundamentally opposed. A third set of arguments defends IP on utilitarian or more broadly, consequentialist, grounds. Here IP is viewed as crucial to the efficient development of useful knowledge beneficial to the greater good. Such claims are often rooted in the Lockean notion of improvement insofar as they are premised upon the idea that individuals will innovate if they are materially rewarded. These arguments are often ad hoc in nature, viewing markets in IP as the most efficient means of allocating intellectual or intellectual property. 1561. Knowledge resources. But where IP in particular is concerned, such arguments are circular. A market in artificially scarce knowledge goods must first be created for that market to function as an efficient means for distributing those very goods. Bourgeois critics of IP rarely question the basic metaphysical frameworks that underlie the concept of parceling ideas, knowledge, and information into separable and transferable objects analogous to material property. As Johnson Andrews argues, well-known critics of IP such as Lawrence Lessig or Rosemary Coombe may question the extent to which expanding terms for patents truly benefits the greater good, but they do not necessarily challenge the notion of knowledge as an inherently valuable resource produced by individual mental labor. More broadly, they often fail to question the logic of private property itself. Similarly, recent debates over the control of individual data produced in the use of Internet platforms tend to be couched in the narrow terms of privacy and individual rights, while debates over indigenous knowledge are often reduced to questions of individual versus collective IP. These debates are narrow insofar as they fail to challenge the exclusive control of ideas and inventions as such, or the abstraction of ideas from collective sensuous practices that IP presumes. More widely, non-Marxist critics of IP all too often take the economic value of information or knowledge as intrinsic to that knowledge itself. A Marxist assessment, on the contrary, rejects these premises in order to conceive IP as a historically specific social relation involving the emergence of institutions predicated upon the enclosure of collectively produced knowledge and information. Marx on intellectual property. Even though Marx often refers to the role of knowledge and science in capitalist production, he never systematically addresses the issue of IP nor bestows it with any formal theorization. This is not surprising given the much more prominent role property in knowledge plays for contemporary capitalism, as compared to the 19th century. Indeed, Marx views the sector of knowledge or immaterial production as marginal to the production of surplus value. At best, in place of a fully formed account, he formulates scattered observations on IP's growing importance to capitalism. We can nevertheless derive at least two central elements from his work that can constitute a point of departure for understanding the role of IP in contemporary capitalist production. First, the emphasis Marx places on the role of science and knowledge in the expansion of capitalist production is of great importance. This is famously described in the so-called fragment on machines in the Grundriss. There, Marx explains how science and knowledge begin to function as productive forces in their own right and, in turn, begin to act as destabilizing factors. 1562. For capitalism. As Marx has it, with the rise of machinery in large-scale industry, the entire production process appears as not subsumed under the direct skillfulness of the worker, but rather as the technological application of science, and this further entails that direct labor is reduced to a mere moment of this process. On this view, the more that capital sets into motion technologically intensive processes, the more the production process as a whole rests on science and its advancement. As this trend proceeds through the development of industrial capitalism, the scale of human knowledge objectified in fixed capital grows accordingly. Marx coined the phrase the general intellect to describe this process, arguing that the development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. It's been argued that this account of the general intellect neglects the way in which general social knowledge manifests itself as living labor. That is, by reducing general social knowledge to the category of fixed capital, Marx's account in the Grundriss neglects its presence in wider social, cognitive, and affective relations. Marx's notion of the general intellect has nonetheless informed an expansive research program into more recent transformations of labor and production. In this context, IP can be understood as a tool through which the ongoing acquisition of living knowledge is congealed and objectified in the dead knowledge of capitalist machinery. The second of Marx's major contributions to our understanding of IP rests with his account of the ways in which capital acquires new knowledge, inventions, or scientific discoveries. According to Marx, capital is not an inventive force in itself and is only capable of appropriating knowledge, ideas, and inventions. In this sense, capital treats knowledge just as it treats nature, as a free gift. Inventions and ideas from the past, as well as those developed in the present, are appropriated and turned into intellectual private property in order to stimulate capital's further self-valorization. Marx explains this dynamic in Capital Volume 3 when he describes the process of invention by what he calls universal labor. Universal labor is all scientific work, all discovery and invention. It is brought about partly by the cooperation of men now living, but partly also by building on earlier work. This implies that where it encloses knowledge and ideas and thus makes access to them an exclusive right, capital merely parasitically feeds upon the achievements of universal labor. It bears emphasizing that this parasitic relation rests upon a contradiction where private appropriations congealed in the form of IP are grounded upon the collective intellectual labor of past and present generations. Parenthetically, this is a claim that extends to research and development sectors as well, insofar as innovation and the general pool of knowledge is inextricable from the public university system. This has sometimes come to be known as the development of a sector of immaterial production. Even in this case, however, as Marx points out, capital must cope with the persistent problem of its own non-creativity. Writing from the perspective of the 19th century, Marx already saw that, in terms of the self-valorization of capital, investment in innovation is a pointless endeavor since it initially brings low, if any, returns given that the process required to arrive at new and applicable knowledge or know-how is slow, financially burdensome, and risky. For these reasons, capital tends to situate itself as external to the process of invention. It prefers to arrive at the very end of the innovation process when the invention can be acquired and its producer simply dispossessed. Moreover, Marx also noted that, given that the costs of reproducing knowledge are low, if not non-existent, this entails the need on the part of capital to artificially introduce scarcity into the sphere of immaterial production, if the value of the mental labor of innovation is to be realized. As he explained in Theories of Surplus Value, the product of mental labor, science, always stands far below its value, because the labor time needed to reproduce it has no relation at all to the labor time required for its original production. It is in this sense that there is a contradiction inherent in capital's relation to inventions. Capital wishes to pay nothing for knowledge inputs yet charges high fees for outputs. Accordingly, capital must ceaselessly seek to preserve and advance the protection of IP rights in order to secure the generation of value through monopoly rents. In addition to these explicit assessments, Bob Jessup convincingly speculates that Marx's analytic offers tools to construct a more complete account of the role of IP through the nexus of production/circulation/distribution through which Marx understands the operations of capital. That is to say, in the sphere of circulation IP gives form to intellectual commodities once they enter the market. Within the sphere of distribution, IP secures a share of surplus value for rentier capital, and finally, in the sphere of production, it offers a foundation for the extraction of relative surplus value and provides a competitive advantage for individual capitalists. Marxist assessments of IP. Beyond Marx's own insights, contemporary scholarship has drawn on Marx's analyses and categories to understand the importance of IP for processes of capital accumulation in the present. In this regard, there are at least four key ways by which Marxist theory understands IP. First, accumulation by dispossession is often viewed as a primary source through which capital acquires resources, and this applies to IP as well. In coining this term, David Harvey had in mind the 1564 process of enclosure whereby capital releases a set of assets at very low cost. This occurs because capital always requires a non-capitalist outside, a constant source of free or cheap assets that can prolong its accumulation. Where no such assets are available, capital must produce them by instituting artificial scarcity. It is on these terms that, Drawing on the notion of what in capital volume I Marx calls primitive accumulation, Marxist scholarship has understood the dispossession and conversion into private property of traditional forms of knowledge and practices. The expansion, enforcement, and stabilization of IP regimes within the sphere of knowledge production is thus understood in terms of a continuously renewed cycle of accumulation by dispossession. Furthermore, to view IP in these terms is to understand it as constituting the separation of direct knowledge producers from their products, thereby granting sole control over knowledge produced to capital, and in turn, securing the extraction of rents. Second, Marxist scholarship has emphasized the role of IP in constituting divisions of labor. Where the general intellect is objectified into systems of machines, the worker is transformed into their mere appendage and thus reduced to the role of supervisor of their automated motions. This is executed through the dissemination throughout industrial production in the early 20th century of what are known as Taylorist principles, or the so-called scientific management of labor processes. Especially in the form of patents, IP contributed to this tendency to capital's real subsumption of labor by supporting the dissociation of the labor process from workers' skills through the codification of labor practices and the attendant division of the labor process into units dissociated from skilled labor. This amounted to control over the labor process executed through the separation of its conception from its execution, a separation materialist in industrial machinery itself. It bears pointing out that in recent decades this alienating separation of conception from execution, of mental from manual labor, has been partly displaced where creative sectors of production have granted labor higher levels of independence, and where the brutality of labor process fragmentation seems less visible. In this regard, some Marxists have, though not without reservations, welcomed the rise of a knowledge-based capitalist economy. This stems from the belief that an emerging figure of immaterial labor would transcend the industrial division of mental and manual labor or might at least grant greater autonomy to labor. Nonetheless, it is by now apparent that a parallel process of descaling, fragmentation, and control grounded upon the imposition of IP rights is coming to rule the knowledge-based economy. This is especially the case as algorithms have begun to shape and regulate human cognition and communication, and become increasingly central to profitable zones of capitalist production. Intellectual Property 1565. Third, a Marxist analysis permits a view of IP as a juridical form that regulates or mediates the realization of the value of knowledge commodities. Here, it is important to understand that, like land, labor, or money, knowledge can be treated in terms of what Karl Polanyi called a fictitious commodity. That is, it can be disembedded from the broader social relations from which it emerges and thus become naturalist as a thing. For knowledge to appear as a commodity it has to be codified and detached from the collective processes of creative labor whence it arises. This is a process increasingly prevalent in the current epoch. For while in earlier periods knowledge could escape market mechanisms, insofar as it was not usually directly produced for sale, as the knowledge-based economy becomes a more important sector of contemporary capitalism, knowledge products are increasingly priced and sold. In the process, knowledge is increasingly assessed and valued in terms of economic rather than epistemic criteria. In this context, we can draw on Rodrigo Alves Teixeira and Tomasz Nielsen Rada's account of an ongoing autonomization of capital, whereby the latter seeks to free itself from its dependence upon labor for the production of value. Where the value of information commodities has no relation to their use value, and as the value of information tends towards zero, the price of knowledge or information can be considered to take the form of rent. This brings us finally to analyses that understand IP through Marxist theories of rent. From this perspective, IP enforces the extraction of value from knowledge production for a title holder located outside the sphere of production. While Marx never produced a general theory of rent, relegating the issue instead to occasional reflections, a number of authors have drawn on Marx's work to understand the role of IP in the context of knowledge or information rent. We follow Jacob Rigi in dividing Marxist theories of information rent between those that conceive it, on the one hand, in accordance with Marxian value theory and, on the other, mainly post-workerist Marxists who understand IP rent as the core form of value extraction for what they view as the present mode of cognitive capitalism. For theorists of cognitive capitalism, contemporary value production has entered a new stage in which value is increasingly produced not only through labor congealed in material objects but through life itself, in the form of immaterial goods such as knowledge, emotions, affects, and social relations. As this socially diffused, so-called biopolitical labor is increasingly self-organizing and autonomous from capital, the latter relies more and more upon IP in order to capture value through rent, rather than through the organization of labor's direct exploitation. While theorists of cognitive capitalism depart quite acutely from Marx in claiming that the law of value ceases to be operative where value production is no longer restricted to the time and place of work, Marxist analyses of IP as 1566. A form of rent generally draw on Marx's own understanding of landed property. Just as Marx wrote that landed property presupposes that certain persons enjoy the monopoly of disposing of particular portions of the globe as exclusive spheres of their private will to the exclusion of all others, so IP gives its owner a monopoly over fragments of human knowledge, ideas, or inventions. Remaining with the analogy of landed property, we can derive four types of rent from Marx's discussions in Capital, Volume 3, absolute rent, monopoly rent, differential rent I, and differential rent II. Absolute and monopoly rents are based on mechanisms that inhibit any other capital from flowing into a given sector enclosed by property title. Accordingly, not only do they allow title holders to set prices for services or commodities above their value, by excluding others from access to intellectual productions or innovations, they can prevent profits from equalizing in a given sector. Differential rents I and II refer to different levels of productivity of land due to either differences in material conditions, in the first case, or different levels of capital investment, in the second. Accordingly, they are rarely used by Marxist theorists as lenses through which to look at the issues raised by IP. While Zeller understands IP or information rents through the frame of Marx's notion of absolute rent, Ricci holds that while IP can generate differential rent, absolute information rent is unlikely to exist. This is because, in Marx's terms, absolute rent is a comparative category that refers to the level of productivity of a given piece of land. In contrast with monopoly rent, which is generated by the singular properties of commodities produced through the use of land, absolute rent is paid out for sole use of land. As a consequence, Ricci suggests that insofar as the most widespread forms of IP, trademarks, copyrights, and patents, generate monopoly rent, the latter can be viewed as the most common form of information rent in the current structure of the knowledge-based economy. For all of their variations, these theories of rent, together with the preceding conceptions of accumulation by dispossession, the division of labor, and fictitious commodities, all share a view of IP as a social relation. That is to say, they reject the dominant view of IP as a natural object or outcome of production, viewing it instead as a historical mode of expropriating commonly or publicly held knowledge and practices to transform them to individuated and exclusive commodities. This reflects a process whose history is as old as that of capitalism itself. Historical developments of intellectual property. While a comprehensive Marxist history of IP has yet to be written, we can nonetheless offer a brief overview of the development and expansion of IP rights. This should help to indicate how IP rights have been situated within broader intellectual property. 1567. Developments in capital accumulation, and especially within the capitalist tendency to separate the conception and execution of science and technology into the labor process. This further implies a process of the commodification of knowledge through patents, trademarks, or copyrights, processes by which knowledge is codified, separated from manual labor, and disentangled from material products in order to acquire independent form in machines, expert systems, immaterial products, and services, or to be made to circulate through markets. While the production of knowledge historically occurred outside the market, the subsumption of knowledge production by capital begins in the mercantile period, in 15th century Venice. In particular, a 1474 Venetian decree made patents subject to a generalist law rather than processes of individual petition and grant. This can be considered the first IP law since grants were no longer based on the relation of the petitioners to authority but upon the applicant's conformity with formal criteria. The Venetian decree is significant in particular insofar as it reflects a shift in the control of knowledge from guilds to individual rights holders and thus, reflected the early emergence of an abstract conception of knowledge as transferable property. When Britain passed the Statute of Monopolies in 1624 and the Statute of Anne on copyright in 1710, these were the first systematic legal methods to offer patent and copyright protection, respectively. They provided clear benchmarks for the assessment of applications, established the first fixed terms for the concession of patents, and shifted the authority for the granting of patents away from the royal court to the judiciary. However, throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, IP was mainly defined by the use of patents as a means of increasing state power. And yet, as they were in practice often generated as a privilege rather than as an individual right, IP laws did not extend in this period beyond the territory of the sovereign granting them. Where states adopted IP legislation, this was viewed as a legitimate means of encouraging the migration of useful inventions to their territory. Up to the 19th century, the IP landscape comprised a widening assortment of national laws and approaches to regulation, but it nevertheless implied the increasingly widespread view of property in knowledge as self-evident. Yet as economies industrialized, throughout the 1800s policies of IP isolationism gradually gave way to liberal policies promoting greater bilateral relations. This was primarily as a response to the problem of free riding. Unsurprisingly, it was industrially advanced Britain which, having most to lose from free riding, inaugurated a strategy of IP reciprocity. Bilateralism, grounded upon the principle of reciprocal adjustment between states and discrimination between citizens and non-residents, came to prevail. A gradual shift from bilateralism to the international organization of IP was marked by the landmark conventions in Paris 1883 and 1568. Bern 1886. These not only entailed the formation of unions for the protection of industrial property, and literary and artistic works, but also the creation of permanent bureaus that would eventually morph into the World Intellectual Property Organization in 1967. This burgeoning late 19th century international IP regime would be grounded in principles of non-discrimination and the right of priority to the first applicant. By this period, the idea of property in knowledge became increasingly accepted among governments, policymakers, and capital more broadly, even if national standards differed significantly as states maintained sovereign discretion over standards. In the early 20th century epoch of monopoly capital, patents were increasingly used to control markets for purely commercial reasons as liberal world order increasingly gave way to economic nationalism. A truly global period of multilateral legislation only began to emerge after 1945, especially with the founding of the Bretton Woods institutions. In this epoch IP rights were increasingly viewed as reflective of ideals of freedom, democracy, and competition, while cartels and corporate mergers that had dominated the era of monopoly capital were mainly displaced by a model of corporate governance reflective of the highly centralist and oligopolistic U.S. auto industry. The post-war international IP regime was challenged by post-colonial states, as evidenced by wider access to copyrighted materials established in the 1967 Stockholm Protocol and 1971 Universal Copyright Convention. In the same period, Brazil and India passed laws to exclude pharmaceuticals from patenting. A profitability crisis in the 1970s, increasingly viewed in the USA as resulting in part from a widening knowledge deficit, set off a period of increasing valorization of knowledge-intensive and design-intensive commodities. Through a series of legal and policy decisions in the USA, beginning in the late 1970s, the rights of patent, trademark, and copyright holders were both expanded and prioritized. In this context, IP increasingly came to mean more than the privatization of scientific and technological knowledge, representing an attempt to accrue surplus profits through the extraction of monopoly rents. Crucially, a 1980 U.S. Supreme Court ruling made monopoly claims on life forms possible, while new U.S. legislation created a context where publicly funded research could be easily captured by private enterprise. In short, U.S. capital came increasingly to champion opportunities for extracting monopoly rents as a response to declining revenues, and accordingly spearheaded a push for an expanding definition of patentable matter. In the 1980s, the USA also began exporting its IP regime globally. Initially, this was done through a bilateral IP enforcement strategy by including IP issues in trade processes and supporting IP enforcement with sanctions. The 1986 Intellectual Property 1569 Uruguay round of GATT treaty negotiations was an important turning point in the globalization of the U.S. neoliberal IP regime. A lobby formed of 12 major U.S. corporations, known as the Intellectual Property Committee, effectively drafted what would later become the WTO's TRIP agreement at the close of the Uruguay round in 1994. It is widely accepted that the terms of the TRIP agreement were pushed through using bilateral pressure and the threat of sanctions by the USA, European states, and Japan, especially upon states in the global south whose economies would suffer under TRIP. Subscription to TRIP was not only made a condition of WTO membership, it extended monopoly privileges of right shoulders and expanded state obligations to defend IP rights. TRIP is also unique as an agreement insofar as it demands states take up positive legislative action to establish IP protections. Insofar as it is linked to WTO dispute mechanisms, TRIP also links IP to broader issues of international trade. It is no exaggeration to say that TRIP reflects a contemporary global IP regime that entrenches a global division of mental and manual labor and of knowledge and information. This is most clearly shown by the fact OECD countries hold 97% of the world's patents and 80% of research and development and scientific publications. Intellectual property as a site of struggle. It has been suggested that the global IP regime embodied in TRIP amounts to a contemporary movement of enclosure. Not unlike the historic appropriation of lands that were traditionally held in common, contemporary IP rights parcel the knowledge commons into separable and transferable objects that subsequently fall under exclusive control. One crucial terrain for this process involves the enclosure of information and knowledge of biological and natural processes, insofar as these are deemed the non-obvious and useful inventions of intellectual labor. For instance, the 1992 Convention on Biological Diversity pledges signatories to share the benefits of biodiversity. Insofar as this commitment to the natural commons is grounded in the logic of a Lockean labor theory of property, in practice it has meant that raw genetic and other biological resources are left free for appropriation through patents won by a commercialized life science industry. Where the biological is conceived as common, this merely leaves it free for appropriation through intellectual labor which ostensibly invents it through patenting. The same logics of appropriation of knowledge and information from the biocommons are evident in the Human Genome Project. This was a state-sponsored commercial enterprise created to protect US and UK pharmaceutical companies from licensing costs in the event that the human genome would be 1,570 patented. Not unlike the CBD, the HGP ostensibly protects the biocommons but in fact entails a model where publicly generated knowledge underpinned by state expenditure and posited as common, becomes the object of IP appropriations for pharmaceutical industry extraction of monopoly rent on therapies and treatments derived from the HGP. Pointing to the appropriation of indigenous or peasant knowledges and practices, some scholars have suggested understanding the contemporary IP regime as a new iteration of colonialism where traditional knowledge of living processes is mainly extracted from the global south to the north through the application of patents. Global struggles over knowledge and information can also be understood in terms of new forms of the global division of labor. For instance, growing numbers of people in rapidly deindustrializing cities, excluded from access to healthcare or labor markets, act as subjects in clinical pharmaceutical research in exchange for wages or health care. Analogous global divisions of mental and material labor are also present in knowledge production in information and computing sectors, where the intellectual labor of engineers and programmers is inseparable from manufacturing, extraction, and recycling industries primarily located in the global south. Among the numerous sites of contestation over IP, higher education systems are particularly significant strategic sites for capital's appropriation of public knowledge. This can be understood in terms of two processes. First, as they are transformed into the engines of national knowledge economies, universities are expected to conform to the needs of the national economy. Moreover, expected to adopt an entrepreneurial ethos themselves, universities increasingly engage in market activities including the production of patents, the regulation of copyright policies to secure revenue flows from the products of intellectual labor, and the marketing and trademarking of themselves as brands. Second, internal systems of academic prestige distribution are instrumentalized by the academic publishing industry to stimulate the appropriation of public knowledge on a mass scale. Despite this twofold expansion of the university as an engine of IP production, the results are highly contested. While the number of university-declared patents has skyrocketed since the early 1980s, only an extremely small number of universities have accrued blockbuster patents that deliver substantial profits. Moreover, not only do most higher education institutions lack the infrastructure to protect patents, those located in the global periphery endure local industrial conditions less favorable to IP protection. In effect, the overall trend is for the transformation of the higher education sector into a publicly subsidized research stream for capital while being exposed to ongoing cycles of enclosures or disciplined into entrepreneurial behavior. Intellectual Property 1571. The parasitic relationship cultivated by capital in relation to the knowledge commons and mediated by IP is particularly evident in the academic publishing industry. Estimated to be worth $10 billion annually, research shows that publishers add relatively little value to the publishing process. Moreover, an ongoing series of mergers and acquisitions means that the academic publishing market amounts to an oligopoly where the 5 largest firms control over half of all published articles in some areas of scholarship. Accordingly, publishers are not only engaged in processes of dispossession and enclosure of knowledge, they extract monopoly rents by selling knowledge not easily reproduced as knowledge commodities, primarily in the form of journal articles. Knowledge grows progressively more exclusive and highly regulated through an increasingly powerful IP regime that regulates access. There has been significant resistance to the enclosure and commodification of academic labor, especially in the form of campaigns for open science and the promotion of Creative Commons for academic work. However, the publishing industry has responded by gradually moving towards a capitalist model of open access in science where new lines of profit not premised on knowledge enclosure become increasingly prevalent, such as pay-to-publish or article processing charges for publication. It has been argued that such cases reveal capital abandoning private property but not its command over knowledge. Looking beyond a university, IP is broadly instrumentalized to fuel growth for capital devoid of its own sources of invention. However, the extension of IP rights can also produce irrationalities for capital. Evidence suggests that the use of patents can hinder economic growth, while few patents produce value. This is not surprising given that patents are often used strategically to reinforce monopolies, i.e. to restrict the distribution and development of technical and scientific knowledge, rather than as sources of value in themselves. Effectively, from the beginnings of its extensive and intensive expansion, capitalist activity has been accompanied by IP. It bears emphasizing, however, that this process has not always been smooth or devoid of friction. Dispossession is resisted by indigenous populations defending common resources or by scientists preserving resources for knowledge production. Numerous initiatives seeking to maintain open access to knowledge, from cooperative universities and open repositories to the promotion of Creative Commons licenses and open code knowledge infrastructure, continue to emerge, though it bears noting these are often underpinned by liberal premises and are prone to co-optation by capital. Ultimately, where capitalist notions of private property are applied to easily reproducible and transferable intangible objects, these are doomed to fail. Perhaps nothing ultimately undermines the arbitrary brutality of modern conceptions of property more than the enclosure of human knowledge, ideas, and practices. 1572. Deportation, as a mechanism for the expulsion of migrants, is not a topic addressed directly in Marx's writings. This is due principally to the relative novelty during the late 19th century, in the years immediately prior to Marx's death, of deportation as a legal remedy or punishment for specific categories of migrants designated as unwanted, unwelcome, or undesirable. This is not to suggest, of course, that there was not already a history of mass expulsions and coercive population transfers of various kinds. Indeed, deportation must be meaningfully situated in relation to the transportation of convicts and the full genealogy of diverse forms of expulsion. Nevertheless, as a specific juridically inscribed and ordinarily individualized mode of immigration enforcement, deportation was largely unknown during Marx's lifetime. Consequently, there is very little indeed within Marx's corpus that lends itself directly to a Marxian theory of deportation. Rather than deportation, migrant mobility during Marx's lifetime was overwhelmingly subject to active processes of importation. In the mass exodus of the Irish fleeing the potato famine of 1846, for instance, Marx notably recognized what he characterized as a systematic process that not only entailed a new way of spiriting a poor people thousands of miles away from the scene of its misery, but also served, in effect, as one of the most lucrative branches of export trade, exporting the labor power of its surplus population while also mobilizing the migrants themselves as a source of remittances that not only subsidized those left behind but further fueled migration by financing the travel costs of subsequent generations of 86. Deportation. Nicholas de Genova. Deportation 1577. Migrants. From the opposite vantage point of the USA, Marx discerned with respect to Irish labor migration a concomitant importation of paupers. Migration, in short, was inseparable from various forms of labor recruitment, and thus profoundly entangled with the global mobility of labor. Immigration law, as a means for the orchestration, regimentation, and subordination of migrant labor, only emerged later, as a statist reaction formation responding to the primacy and relative autonomy of human mobility and as a mechanism for the legal mediation of the global capital-labor relation. Indeed, until the latter decades of the 19th century, migration had been largely unregulated and state borders were relatively open for the transnational mobility of labor. In the USA, for instance, provisions for the deportation of undesirable migrants were only enacted as a means of enforcing the explicitly racist Page Act of 1875, specifically targeting Chinese migrants, whereupon the denial of admission at a U.S. port of entry would trigger a deportation. Then, with the subsequent Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the purview of deportation was broadened to serve as a penalty for the lack of a certificate of legal residence. Immigration law itself was virtually non-existent until precisely this era, which introduced a panoply of racial, religious, moral, criminological, public health, and political exclusions, prominently distinguished by the sorts of overtly racist laws, enacted across the Americas and beyond, which specifically sought to bar the migration of Chinese labor. In time, with the multiplication of the categories of migrant non-citizens who were rendered subject to deportation, and hence classed as deportable, there eventually emerged and was consolidated the figure of the migrant that could be more generically branded as illegal, or even criminal. Susceptibility to deportation becomes a defining if not definitive material and practical mechanism for enforcing the profound and ever-deepening consequentiality of migrant illegality. An indefinite and usually prolonged socio-political condition of deportability becomes the pragmatic, actionable form of migrant illegalization. It is precisely in such ways that the social and legal fiction of migrant illegality achieves its density as a real abstraction, purely social in character, arising in the spatio-temporal sphere of human interrelations, an abstraction that is not a mere mask, fantasy, or diversion, but a force operative in the world. Thus, whereas migrant illegality is a prominent example of the state's deployment of the law as a tactic that serves to mediate the capital-labor relation and, more generally, to regiment social life, by producing juridical categories that are lived as unequal socio-political conditions of tremendous 1578. Consequence, deportation marks the conjuncture of that particular branded foreignness with its lived susceptibility to the material and practical recriminations of the law. Likewise, inasmuch as all non-citizens eventually become more or less subject to deportation, given one or another conditionality or triggering contingency, the possibility or prospect of deportation comes to be a premier and rather enduring material and practical expression of the very distinction between citizen and non-citizen. If sovereignty has come, to a significant extent, to be predicated upon a state's right to police its borders and control who may cross them, then the expulsion of those found to be in violation of such restrictions would appear to have arisen as an almost inexorable consequence. Deportation, consequently, emerges as a technology of state power that refines and amplifies the capacity of borders to operate as means for the production of spatialized difference. Conversely, we should also therefore recognize that the institutionalization of deportation itself may be taken as one rather palpable sign of a critical historical threshold, the consolidation of what Nandita Sharma designates to be the veritable nationalization of state power. It is instructive, however, that deportation was first enacted not against all non-citizens, and therefore not primarily as a way to enact a partition between citizenship and non-citizenship, but rather as a technique for the exclusion of a particular, expressly racialized, and racially denigrated category of transnational human mobility. In a sense, the primacy of the racial obsession preceded and importantly prefigured what were still relatively inchoate notions of national identity and even citizenship. The service that deportation thereby did for hardening and clarifying the boundaries of nation-state space and citizenship is evident, but perhaps becomes much starker only in retrospect. What today appears to us as a kind of deportation creep, whereby the purview of the deportation power continuously broadens to encompass ever more categories of migrants and other non-citizens and eventually comes to contaminate the presumptive security of citizenship itself, can thus be seen to have started much earlier, indeed, from the very outset. Beginning with a rather specific and circumscribed target among the full spectrum of non-citizen foreigners, deportation has advanced inexorably to encompass them all, to the point that now, on an effectively global scale, there is virtually no non-citizen who is not potentially deportable, given the right combination of circumstances and triggering contingencies. Little surprise, then, that deportation increasingly sweeps up in its purview those putatively suspect categories of citizens, again predictably prioritizing those who are racially affiliated with foreignness. As Sharma persuasively contends, the unprecedented introduction of border deportation 1579 and immigration controls, prominently including deportation, evident across the globe beginning in the latter part of the 19th century, was the premier form for enacting a nationalization of state sovereignty. Indeed, sovereignty itself has come to be ubiquitously associated with a state's power to control its borders and determine who, or what categories of people, may cross them, under what conditions, and with which stipulations. Borders may therefore be understood to be means of production, crucial for the socio-political production of spatial difference as well as the spatialization of the difference between distinct categories of people produced as the state's presumptive insiders and outsiders. Nonetheless, Daniel Kanstrom emphasizes that the mounting use of deportation law as a form of extended border control also came to serve the ends of post-entry social control. If today we have come to customarily understand the susceptibility to deportation as a principal and defining distinction that separates citizenship and non-citizenship, we need nonetheless to remain vigilant against ever imagining that citizenship can be assumed to be somehow equated with any presumable safety from various forms of coercive expulsion. After all, The other conventional association with the term deportation, especially in many European contexts, is Nazism's herding of Jews and other enemies into prison labor camps, which of course were eventually converted into death camps. So it seems to be perilous to become complacent about the idea that deportation could ever be exclusively reserved only for non-citizens. If nothing else, the meticulously legalistic proclivities of the Nazis demonstrate precisely that citizens can always be stripped of their legal personhood and subjected to any and every atrocity otherwise more routinely reserved for non-citizens. That is to say, rather than naively taking complacent recourse to the liberal proposition that no human being is illegal, a more sober assessment of the historical record would suggest that, subordinated by state power, ultimately, we are all illegal. Indeed, over recent years and still today, we have witnessed reactionary statist campaigns against the spectral threat of migration even in contexts where those who are made to stand in as the foreign object of nativist contempt and suspicion are not in fact migrants or refugees at all. In particular, there has been an escalation of nativist convulsions against illegal immigrants targeting native-born fellow citizens. In the eastern borderlands of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, native-born Congolese citizens who are the descendants of Hutu and Tutsi people resident for generations on the Congolese side of the border have been derisively labeled Rwandans and targeted for expulsion. Similarly, in the Dominican Republic, the native-born descendants of migrant workers who were recruited generations earlier from neighboring Haiti have been recast as Haitians, legally stripped of their birthright citizenship, and rendered stateless, denigrated as illegal immigrants in the only land where they have ever lived. Meanwhile, in Myanmar, Rohingya Muslim native-born citizens have similarly been legally stripped of their citizenship, castigated 1,580 as illegal immigrants from Bangladesh, and subjected to vicious pogroms, confined in virtual concentration camps, massacred and driven across the border in the hundreds of thousands. In this instance, the susceptibility to deportation of alleged illegal immigrants serves merely as an alibi for the genocidal alternating current of extermination and mass expulsion. Indeed, these examples are but a few of the more extraordinary among a proliferation on a global scale of new formations of nativism directed not merely at migrant foreigners but rather toward minoritized fellow citizens who may be repurposed as virtual or de facto foreigners, indeed, often as outright enemies, within the space of the nation-state. What emerges then in a still more stark way is the pivotal role of deportation in producing the conditions of possibility for sustaining the casual and callous disposability not only of migrant labor per se, but also the outright and abject disposability of human life. Whole categories of people are simply treated as superfluous and, although their illegalized labor is plainly in great demand and truly desirable among many employers, their bodies, their persons, their lives, and the wider communities in which they participate are branded as undesirable and rendered virtual waste, human garbage to be simply disposed of. It is in this sense, perhaps, that deportation has assumed a paradigmatic quality in our era of neoliberal global capitalism. Despite the extraordinary examples of outright mass murder and mass expulsion, however, these ubiquitous processes of subjecting migrants to the threat of deportation are far more commonly implicated in their precaritization, and thus the subordination of their labor. There is a deep consonance between national and racialized identities as manifestations of the naturalization of social and political inequalities that correspond to the spatial differentiation and division of the planet according to a proliferation of distinct fields of force, working out the variously localized and historically specific compromises of the politics of the otherwise global capital-labor relation. This indeed is where a universalistic and ostensibly homogenizing economic regime premised upon labor in the abstract sustains and requires the political production of difference, racial, cultural, national, and so forth, as a basis for ever proliferating and exquisitely refined hierarchies of distinction and division in the material, practical, lived, and indeed embodied experience of living labor, as labor for capital. Hence, we must begin from an appreciation of immigration law and border enforcement as means of labor subordination. Relations of domination and subordination in the labor process itself are a precondition for capital accumulation. As Marx explains, because human beings realize our purposes in the materials of nature consciously, our work requires that we subordinate will to such tasks. A purposeful will is required for the deportation 1581. Entire duration of the work. This means close attention. Thus, labor subordination, and also the ensuing problem of social domination, more broadly, is inextricable from the subordination routinely enacted through the everyday organization of work within the capitalist labor process, in which superintendence and management assume what Marx characterized as an inherently despotic form. Yet, if domination and subordination are pervasive, indeed routine, these relations are precisely political in the most elementary sense. They are relations of unequal power, constituted in and of struggle. The establishment of a normal working day, Marx memorably notes, is the product of a protracted and more or less concealed civil war. In Marx's account, centuries of outright and extravagant violence devoted to the subordination of labor to capital, for which the state form is instrumental, and through which it ultimately becomes rigidified and institutionalized, eventually secure what comes to appear as merely the silent compulsion of economic relations, and thus produce a working class which by education, tradition, and habit has been conditioned to perceive the requirements of mode of production as self-evident natural laws. Only thereafter may the sorts of direct extra-economic force, which distinguish the repressive apparatuses of state coercion, come to be reserved for exceptional cases. The dialectics of labor and capital are conventionally conceived in narrowly national terms, but they correspond in fact to a larger dialectics between global capital and the diverse spatial, and indeed, corporeal, particularizations of the social relations of struggle. The effectively global regime of capital accumulation produces a systemic separation between the economic and the political, whereby economic relations appear in general to be strictly voluntary, contractual, impersonal, and free of direct coercion, and the means of organized violence and repression are supposed to be the exclusive purview of the state, reserved as a resource for the similarly impersonal rule of law. This separation entails a constitutive contradiction between a veritable world economy, predicated upon the universal abstraction of labor, and a global order of territorially defined states through which the expressly political relations of labor subordination and social order are orchestrated, regimented, and enforced, and in a manner that is rigorously differentiated by the borders of sovereignty and citizenship and the nationalized boundaries of identity. Deportation, much like the border itself, is a productive power. It does not only punish illegalized migrants by evicting them from the space of one or another state, but also generates the very condition of possibility for the disposability and precariety of all those who are compelled to live under the horizon of possible arrest, detention, and deportation while yet remaining at large, undeported, as labor branded as illegal. In place of the palpable 1582 socio-political relation of migrant labor to the state, border policing and immigration law enforcement deliver the appearance of a categorical non-relation of the national state and illegalized foreign labor. Migrant border crossers' ostensible illegality thus requires the public, fetishized, and spectacular verification that appears to be revealed through deportations, raids, and other enforcement tactics. Indeed, if there were suddenly no more border patrols or inspections, no border policing or passport controls whatsoever, there would still be migrant illegality as long as the law, its real point of production, were to remain unchanged. We can only be made to believe in that illegality, however, to take it seriously, once it appears as a thing in itself, reified as the supposed effect of the deliberate acts of a spectacular mass of sundry violators of the law transgressing a border. Therefore, we can begin to recognize that migrant illegality emerges as the effect of one or another particular state's mediation of what is truly a global social relation of labor and capital, an antagonistic relation of conflict in the process of being fixed as a relation of subordination. The primary means for such mediation are the law and its enforcement. And among the various forms of immigration enforcement, deportation is exemplary. Nonetheless, while a spectacle of exclusion is essential to this political process, subordination is always inherently a matter of inclusion and incorporation. The illegal migrant is conscripted for the raw productive power and creative capacity of her human life, as living labor. This sheer productive and generative capacity of human life, this raw life force, is immediately apprehensible as a constituent and constitutive power, labor, which must be assiduously subordinated to the everyday mandates of capital accumulation, commodifiable, in Marx's telling formulation, as labor power. Thus, it is precisely in the illegal migrant's deportability that we may encounter anew the centrality and constitutive role of labor, actively recruited yet rendered eminently disposable. The exquisitely refined legal vulnerability of illegalized migrant labor, above all, materialized in its deportability, plainly serves to radically enhance the preconditions for its routinized subordination within the inherently despotic regime of the workplace. Here, then, we may recognize that it is precisely the Marxist theoretical arsenal that has been indispensable in advancing contemporary understandings of deportation. Likewise, it is deportation that provides a vital conceptual key for elaborating new Marxian insights, more generally, into migration and borders as legal and political questions of ever-increasingly urgent global concern. While the putative illegality of migrants has become the single most prominent problem for immigration and asylum law and policy on a global scale during recent decades, this does not mean that it is the sort of problem that is meant to be remedied. Instead, what I have called the legal production of deportation 1583. Migrant illegality is constantly provided the ostensible justification to continue apace, ever revising and refining the terms and conditions of further migrant illegalization. Hence, we witness the entrenchment and fortification of what is effectively a global deportation regime as well as an accompanying expansion of migrant detention. Deportation and other immigration enforcement practices confirm that migrant illegalization is never finished, once and for all time, rather than fates accomplis. The diverse and historically specific productions of migrant illegality must continue to be reproduced through everyday struggles between migrant labor and capital as well as the ongoing state practices of bordering. Notably, these border-making and border-enforcing activities have been increasingly and pervasively relocated to sites within the interior of migrant-receiving states, such that illegalized migrants are made, in effect, to carry borders on their very bodies as border enforcement comes to permeate the full spectrum of everyday life activities and spaces. Thus, as problems for the government of transnational human mobility and migration management, these processes of illegalization remain the open-ended sites for migrant struggles and unforeseen disputes over immigration and refugee politics. Nevertheless, the silent compulsion of economic relations sets the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker, and allows for direct extra economic force to become exceptional, ordinarily remains true even for those illegalized migrant workers subject to immigration raids and deportations. Although the spectacle of immigration enforcement is a persistent and pernicious reminder of the extraordinary vulnerabilities that suffuse the migrant predicament, raids and deportations are relatively exceptional instances of direct coercive intervention by state power into the everyday relations between capital and migrant labor. Even amidst heightened immigration policing or aggravated deportation campaigns, such exceptional extra-economic punitive and repressive measures on the part of the state merely intensify, to greater or lesser extents, what is otherwise a protracted and mundane condition of unauthorized residence and illegalized labor. In other words, even within the relatively exceptional predicament of migrant workers' illegal status, which after all becomes a formative part of the education, tradition, and habit inculcated into such workers, these more coercive dimensions of their particular condition as migrant labor generally achieve a commonsensical banality as merely economic facts of life, with the machinations of state power and the compulsions of the law rendered effectively routine by the normalization of each migrant's illegality as a kind of private transgression and her deportability as something akin to an individualized disability. While there should be no doubt that deportation is a profoundly punitive iniquity, and furthermore that deportation's bureaucratic euphemization as an ostensibly administrative or merely procedural consequence of some presumptive 1584 act of migrant transgression in fact represents an increasingly ubiquitous contemporary manifestation of what Hannah Arendt famously called the banality of evil. The power of deportation is not purely necropolitical but rather must be understood to be productive and disciplinary. While deportation has this punitive and at times even potentially deadly character, it is precisely deportability, the susceptibility to deportation, that plays a distinctly disciplinary role in the production of the conditions of possibility for migrant labor power to serve as a highly desirable commodity of choice for employers. We must recognize the remarkable systematicity with which deportation ever increasingly supplies capital with the ever-renewable resource of routinely disposable labor in the exquisite form of illegalized migrant labor. Even in the face of escalating deportations, it is usually still the case that only a minority are actually deported while the great majority of those who are susceptible to deportation remain in a protracted condition of vulnerability to this profoundly punitive repercussion of the law. Importantly, this means that deportation, perhaps more than anything else, does a crucial work of subordination on the inside of the space of the state. And then, on the other side of the border, outside the space of the deporting state, as the growing ethnographic literature on the aftermaths of deportation have shown, there is life after deportation even if the deporting state imagines deportation to be a kind of closure, a seemingly conclusive act of dumping undesirable migrants onto the ordinarily poor countries to which they are juridically affiliated by their citizenship. Furthermore, life after deportation often involves the remobilization of the deported migrants, the reinitiation of their migratory projects, often against all odds and under circumstances that may look more than ever like the flight of refugees from conditions in which life is truly inviable. But this reminds us that even under the worst of circumstances and within the very asphyxiating constraints of various regimes for governing human mobility, there are persistent manifestations of autonomy, which I have called the autonomy of deportation. If, as I have argued, the illegalization of migrant labor must be apprehensible as a form of labor subordination, whereby the policing of state borders and the enforcement of immigration law serve to politically and legally mediate a global relation between capital and labor, then deportation is plainly one of the premier tactics for the pursuit of capital's interests in that global relation of struggle. The direct deployment of deportation itself, however, is neither the most commonplace nor the most productive manifestation of that enforcement of the interests of capital in the subordination of labor. After all, capital is permanently and irreversibly dependent upon labor, particularly upon the vital powers and creative capacities of living labor as the source of value. Consequently, capital's deportation 1585. Principal stake in the subordination of labor is not in labor's exclusion or expulsion but rather in its effective subjection and subjugation within the labor process. The agonistic and artificial division between native labor and migrant labor is a perfect fabrication sustainable only with recourse to the tactics and technologies of borders for producing and upholding partitions between state territories and their corresponding populations. These socio-political and juridical productions of the difference between national labor and foreign labor, of course, are politically useful and can be manipulated and exploited to foster antagonisms among working people, as well as to target and persecute specific categories of non-citizens. In this respect, deportation can likewise be mobilized as a weapon against particular groups for one or another political purpose. Yet deportation is ordinarily an individualized punishment directed at non-citizen individuals for specific reasons concerning their immigration status or some other violation of the law. Of course, while deportation has indeed been increasingly deployed against alleged migrant criminals, the susceptibility to deportation is pervasive for virtually all those migrants branded as unauthorized and illegal. Thus, far more than outright deportations, it is deportability that is ubiquitous. If the deportation power is one of the premier forms of the enforcement of capital's interests in the global subordination of labor, the productivity of that power resides above all in the capacity of that power to discipline migrant labor by relegating it indefinitely to a socio-political condition distinguished by deportation as its defining horizon. Yet labor subordination is an ever unfinished business, because the capital-labor relation is intrinsically a relation of struggle, and therefore an irreconcilably antagonistic one. The subordination of illegalized and deportable migrant labor, in particular, is inseparable from the primacy and sheer disobedience of autonomous border crossing itself, as well as the outright insubordination of migrant struggles. Recall the mass migrant protest mobilizations in the USA in 2006, when migrants, their children, and their allies marched in the millions in cities and towns all across the country to defeat what would have been the most punitive immigration law in U.S. history. Aquí estamos, y no nos vamos. Y si nos sacan, nos regresamos. So rang out the resounding affirmation of migrant presence in the USA. What was plainly at stake in this chant was precisely the question of migrant illegality and undocumented migrants' susceptibility to deportation. By implication, the millions of migrant protesters proclaimed, in effect, "We're here, we're illegal, catch us if you can." In this spirit, migrants matched their affirmations of presence with the assurance that even if they were to be deported, they could never in fact be truly expelled and their presence could never be truly eradicated, they would come right back. I have written previously about the ubiquity and 1586. Emotive power of the Aquí estamos chant in the context of the 2006 migrant protest mobilizations, in terms of what I consider to be a defiant politics of incorrigibility. The migrant protesters proclaimed, in effect, not only are we here, but also, we have no proper place within your normative or legal order, and there is nothing you can do about it, you can never get rid of us. This sensibility conveys both an implicit recognition of the legal production of migrant illegality, as well as the more elementary dependency of a large cross-section of capitalist employers on the labor of illegalized migrants as a workforce of choice. Anticipating another slogan of the ensuing struggles over U.S. immigration politics, associated mainly with the struggles of the undocumented but us-raised sons and daughters of migrants who brought them to the USA as small children, Latino migrants during the 2006 marches were boldly announcing that they were undocumented, unafraid, and unapologetic, deportable, but insurgent nonetheless. Thus, while the deportation power is a pernicious tool in the arsenal of contemporary statecraft, it is crucial to not allow for it to become yet another inducement for elegiac lamentations of the presumed powerlessness and victimization of migrant labor or operatic denunciations of the ruthlessness of the state that become unwitting paeans to its sovereign power. Migrant labor, and especially illegalized migrant labor, so commonly inured to its multifarious socio-political disabilities, retains the intrinsically incorrigible subjectivity of all labor, and remains an always potentially disobedient, intractable, and insurgent force. ************** Critical research into deportation has begun to constitute a distinctive area of inquiry within the wider field of migration studies. What ought to be apparent already is that the actual event of deportation, as a punitive act of administrative state power that ordinarily subjects people to grievous trauma and injustice, is commonly shielded from much judicial scrutiny or procedural oversight, and consequently is rather difficult to witness and observe. While there may be exceptions, this is an area of the exercise of state power that tends to be remarkably insulated from public view and largely enshrouded in secrecy. William Walters incisively identifies the spatial, legal, bureaucratic, and material work of secretization, the work of making deportation secret, as a central but largely unexamined theme to which critical research must be addressed in order to interrogate the relations of bodies, space, and power at work in this elusive socio-political process. We should take seriously the way secrecy is made and unmade, Walters continues, the fact it can take multiple forms, that it is not self-explanatory, and that there is a deportation 1587. Complexity to the politics of secrecy. The deliberate seclusion and segmentation of deportation from the purview of the public nonetheless renders such enactments of state power, in and of themselves, to be inherently evasive of critical study. Deportation is not reducible to the ostensible event of deportation alone, however. As may be inferred from the foregoing argument about deportability, and as ought to be already evident, Deportation is better understood to encompass a variegated continuum of circumstances and contingencies that may or may not necessarily culminate in an actual deportation, but which impose deportation as the defining horizon for a more diffuse socio-political condition of susceptibility to deportation. This makes an interrogation of deportation indispensable for the critical study of migration, more generally. Even putatively legal migrants are not immune to the menace of deportability inasmuch as deportation has increasingly become the ultimate supplemental punishment reserved expressly for non-citizens who are convicted for other criminal offenses. Likewise, sometimes long prior to the actual event of deportation, for those who have been issued an order of deportation, the legal battles of appealing and contesting a prospective deportation similarly provide a considerably more expansive context for investigating what precisely is entailed in deportation as a juridical procedure for the expulsion of those migrants who somehow manage to have occasion to plead their cases. Furthermore, as a growing body of research has amply demonstrated, neither is the actual event of deportation a conclusive end to any given migratory project, and the study of migrants' post-deportation experiences and perspectives, above all, their not uncommon renewed efforts to migrate again, has afforded scholarship with an abundance of new opportunities for researching deportation. Of course, neither is it the case that deportation ever ceases to produce enduring ramifications in the families, communities, and places from which deportees have been expelled, where their abrupt dislocation and absences continue to be palpable. Anti-deportation campaigns, moreover, have emerged as a crucial site of struggle redefining the politics of immigration as well as citizenship. Indeed, deportation regimes create a complex web of spatial and temporal interconnections across the planet through which migration and deportation increasingly entail a succession of serial multidirectional mobilities and repercussions. We therefore must transpose the critical perspective associated with the concept of the autonomy of migration into an appreciation of what I have designated to be the 1588. Autonomy of deportation, the incorrigible subjective force that animates migration is not abruptly extinguished when confronted by the state's deportation power, but rather persists and sometimes defies deportation as the most coercive form of forced mobility, and subverts even the most oppressive constraints on human mobility. At the very outset of his intellectual itinerary, Marx famously discerned in the incipient proletariat a class with radical chains, a class bereft of property, with no standing in civil society, no historical entitlements, and no particular claims, which embodied not a one-sided and self-interested antithesis to modern conditions but rather a complete antithesis to the very premises of capitalism and the modern state. Thus, here was a class that was not an estate with a positive station within the social order, but rather one that was constituted only negatively, as an abject and foreign but inextricable presence, inherently corrosive and always potentially subversive. This class alone revealed a universal character and thus could invoke only a human title. Its very existence as a class was both a symptom and a harbinger of the dissolution of the existing world order, and therefore its own abolition would be its existential vocation. Many years later, Marx identified the basis of the whole process of the formation of the capitalist class to be those epoch-making historical moments when great masses of men are suddenly and forcibly torn from their means of subsistence, and hurled onto the labor market as free, unprotected, and rightless proletarians. Free, unprotected, rightless. Radical chains were forged, therefore, of a treacherous sort of freedom. The freedom of movement is inseparable in practice from the movement of free people, the mobility of free labor, which is, within the global regime of capital accumulation, a freedom that is distinctly circumscribed. This is the freedom to dispose of one's own labor power as a commodity, as if one were the owner of a commodity like any other. At the same time, this is also the peculiar freedom of being unencumbered by any other means of production with which that elemental capacity for productive labor might be set in motion. Vogel free, literally, free as a bird, expelled from any proper human community, entirely exposed and legally unprotected. Deportation reminds us that the radical chains forged of a freedom without rights or protections may serve not simply to confine and fetter us in place, but also to drag us mercilessly to the ends of the earth, and back again. It is in this respect that migration and migrant labor may be taken to be paradigmatic of the more global condition of labor as such, and deportation is one of the premier forms for its subordination and disciplining. And yet the freedom of movement remains the freedom of life itself, not merely the mundane necessity to make a living but the freedom to truly live. Deportation, as a more or less juridical, more or less arbitrary, exercise of state power, is therefore an exquisitely concentrated abnegation of that freedom, one more usurpation by the state of the power of human life. Deportation 1589. Itself. The freedom of movement, as an inherently unpredictable and definitively open-ended precondition for human self-determination, can only ever be a perpetual and troublesome affront to the self-anointed sovereignty of state power. Deportation, then, must be apprehensible as a site of unresolved struggle. Borders, boundaries, and globalization. Since the inception of the discussion of globalization in the early 1990s, critical studies have exhibited a growing interest in borders. It is no exaggeration to say that the question of borders has shadowed claims for greater global integration and interconnection. Primarily, borders have been understood as a negative enabler of these processes, the limit to be overcome, to recall a memorable phrase from Marx's Grundriss. In this conception, borders were primarily national territorial borders, and thus predictions or hopes for a borderless world, elaborated in popular business manuals such as those authored by Kenichi Ami, were accompanied by debates about a decline of the nation-state. While this perspective, which takes the nation-state as the privileged object of global processes, has never fully disappeared, it has been relativized by approaches that emphasize the role of the city, the transnational corporation, or the environment. The question of the nation-state's persistence has been eclipsed by the need to trace its transformations, adaptations, and diversification of forms. At the same time, there is wide recognition that globalization has occasioned open borders for capital and goods but the multiplication of barriers for the movement of human bodies. This realization has prompted since the early 1990s a rigorous theoretical engagement with the topic of the border in the 87. Borders. Sandro Mesadra and Brett Nielsen 1594. Work of Etienne Balibar, who has played a pioneering role in placing it at the center of critical studies. It has led a number of commentators to apply the term global apartheid to the geographies of globalization. The use of the term apartheid implies not simply a normative condemnation of the inequalities created and enforced by the differing mobilities of populations. It also registers the operation of borders beyond state demarcations and highlights the need to rethink politics and obligations across boundaries in ways that take seriously the social and economic consequences of the current global division of labor. It is particularly with regard to this latter endeavor that a reflection on the role of borders in Marxist thought remains a vital and urgent task. Although migration control has only recently become a prominent function of geopolitical borders, myriad boundaries and lines of demarcation have been deployed to manage the mobility of labor since the inception of modern capitalism. As Nicholas de Genova argues, this link between borders and the global mobility of labor accounts for the prominence of borders in any radical working class politics and related theory and practice of socialist internationalism. Even more fundamentally, mobility and movement are key features of Marx's definition of labor. Real, living labor, Marx writes in his unpublished Results of the Immediate Process of Production, stresses the fact that the worker's expenditure of his life's energy, the realization of productive faculties, is his movement and not the capitalist's. The very concept of labor power is predicated upon a kind of ontological primacy of motion and unrest, which finds its expression in Marx's emphasis on the potential character of labor power. The latter is indeed famously defined as the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in the physical form, the living personality, of a human being, capabilities which he sets in motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. It is not surprising therefore that, as Marx himself demonstrated in his analysis of so-called primitive accumulation in Capital, Volume 1, mobility as well as its government and taming become essential fields of struggle where the very production of labor power as a commodity is at stake. In his underground but continuous conversation with Marx, Michel Foucault grasped this point in Discipline and Punish and above all in the Punitive Society. Lectures at the Collège de France, 1972–1973. Yanmoili Boutang also provided a challenging reconsideration of some aspects of Marx's thought precisely from this angle. Considering the relevance of borders and boundaries in the management of labor mobility, they are destined to remain a crucial topic for any Marxist investigation of borders. Borders and boundaries, we have just written. Independently of the differences of meaning between these two terms, whose definition floats according. Borders 1595. To disciplines and scholars, we have used this phrase to signal the need to pay attention to what we have described in an earlier book as a process of heterogenization of borders that runs parallel to their multiplication. Speaking of heterogenization implies a reference to profound transformations of the very institution of the border that are currently underway. These transformations, which correspond to what Saskia Sassen in her sociological account of globalization has termed the actual and heuristic disaggregation of the border, point to a kind of unpacking of the multiple components of the concept and institution of the border. While the geopolitical line of separation between nation-states has held together for some time these components in modernity, acting as a kind of magnetic line, they are now more often than in the past traced far away from the literal border. They also play multifarious roles in the shaping of forms of domination and exploitation. This is the reason why a careful investigation of and a conceptual reflection upon other bordering devices must supplement the prevalent attention to geopolitical borders in critical border studies. Bordering devices in Marx's analysis of so-called primitive accumulation. An investigation of what we may call the semantic field of the border in Marx's work makes it possible to grasp both the heterogeneity of bordering devices and the crucial roles they played at the origin of modern capitalism. We can point in this respect to three broad areas that figure prominently in Marx's analysis of so-called primitive accumulation, with the proviso that this analysis is not merely relevant from a historical point of view but rather singles out a set of problems that are doomed to recursively haunt the development of capitalism writ large. A first bordering device is enclosure. Marx mentions this device in the section of Capital, Volume 1 on so-called primitive accumulation, where he discusses how the enclosure of common property is a key moment in the expropriation of the agricultural population. Marx focuses specifically on the role of law within this process, a topic he had already investigated in the early 1840s in his articles dedicated to the debates on theft of wood in the Renunstikszeitung. The forcible usurpation of the commons, vital for the reproduction of life of huge multitudes of rural poor, already begins at the end of the 15th century, he writes in Capital. But while it was long carried on by means of individual violence, he ironically notes that the advance made by the 18th century shows itself in this, that the law itself becomes the instrument by which the people's land is stolen. Enclosures have never ceased since then to be performed in order to circumscribe the space of private property. It is important to keep in mind this link between the semantic field of the border, law, and private property, which reformulates under the completely different conditions of modern capitalism a problematic well known to ancient Roman jurists. Such a link sheds light on the intrinsic violence of private property and on its structural implication in the production of poverty. At the same time, Marx's attention to the role of law in the violent establishment of private property paves the way for an analysis of the structural homology between the legal institution of private property and the state form, which was for instance at the center of Evgeny Pashakhany's critique of law. The relevance of heterogeneous although connected borders for the origin of both private property and the modern territorial state reinforces this homology. This is a second area of investigation on borders that one can carve out of Marx's analysis of so-called primitive accumulation. While Marx does not explicitly mention territorial borders in his analysis, it is well known that in these pages he emphasizes the role of the modern state in prompting the emergence of capitalism. This is already clear from his concern with law in the analysis of enclosures. Even beyond that, he writes in these sections of Capital some of his most famous and discussed lines on the state. Summing up his analysis of primitive accumulation, he maintains that all its different moments as well as their systematical combination, from colonization to the modern tax system, from enclosures to national debt, depend upon the power of the state, the concentrated and organized violence of society, to hasten, as in a hothouse, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. That the process of concentration and organization of the violence of society onto the power of the state is predicated upon processes of bordering that make society itself a bounded space was definitely something Marx was aware of. This can be deduced from other passages of his work, for instance where he writes regarding the state's compulsion that gives paper money its objective validity that it can only be of any effect within the internal sphere of circulation which is circumscribed by the boundaries of a given community. The articulation between the bordering devices that give rise to private property of the land and the tracing of boundaries upon which the existence of the modern territorial state is predicated emerges therefore as an important topic from Marx's analysis of primitive accumulation. And while it is important to stress that the boundaries of a given community would play a key role in the bordering of markets, and first of all of the labor market, it is also crucial to point to the activity of the state in the regulation, taming, and repression of the mobility of labor. This is the main question Marx deals with in his analysis of the bloody legislation against vagabondage that was enforced throughout Western Europe since the end of the 15th century. Borders 1597. The criminalization of the poor was a crucial step in the enforcement of the bloody discipline that turned them into wage laborers. This analysis continues to resonate in the present and to inspire critical scholars as well as activists engaged with migration. However, it is important to emphasize that such bloody policies against the poor depended on the consolidation of territorial boundaries, on the establishment of bounded spaces, and on new colonial and imperial geographies of indentured and forced labor as well as of convict transport. These geographies point to the third question we want to extrapolate from Marx's analysis of so-called primitive accumulation regarding the semantic field of the border. His emphasis on the role of slave trade, conquest, and colonialism at the origin of modern capitalism is well known and has been often praised by anti-colonial and anti-racist thinkers. This emphasis is consistent with one of Marx's main theoretical points, which means with his awareness of the global coordinates of modern capitalism since its inception. Moreover, in his critique of political economy, the world market is something more than a mere geographic description of the scope of capitalist valorization and accumulation. It is a full-fledged concept, which again facilitates and at the same time invites an analysis in terms of borders. As Gavin Walker notes, Marx's mention of Africa as a warren in his analysis of primitive accumulation foreshadows the formation of area or civilization as a political technology of control. This means that a process of bordering merges geographic and cognitive borders that coincidentally produce Europe and its multiple others. The notions of area or civilization were doomed to play important roles in the organization of the world market, a process within which the economic and territorial division of the world would enter shifting combinations while remaining at the center of Marxist theories of imperialism. A way to reframe those debates is to focus on the relations, frictions, and tensions between what we call the expanding frontiers of capital and political borders, which means primarily, in the modern age, the borders of states. Although, it is important to add that in the colonial world borders were traced in ways that were significantly different from the linear geometrical model that became prevalent in Europe. The world market and the international division of labor. Writing with Friedrich Engels in the Communist Manifesto, Marx famously declares that the bourgeoisie has through the exploitation of the world market 1598. Given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. Yet, even as we recognize the force of the concept of the world market, which is to say both its concrete nature and abstract character, there is a need to account for how its workings cross another Marxist concept that is particularly important for understanding the role of borders and processes of bordering, the international division of labor. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx had already argued that the deployment of machinery and of steam had allowed industry to become detached from the national soil and dependent only on the markets of the world, on international exchanges, and on an international division of labor. It is certainly important to account for the ongoing effects of primitive accumulation and the many histories of labor that encompass slavery and indenture. However, the concept of the international division of labor finds its genealogy in classical works of political economy such as William Petty's Political Arithmetic, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, and David Ricardo's On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. These works did not employ the adjective international to describe the way in which labor was divided, largely because they were written in a period that preceded the internationalization of the world, but they displayed an awareness of the relation between what Marx called the world market and the emergence of capitalist social formations within bounded territories. The division of the world into discrete labor markets delineated primarily by national borders, but also by the rural/urban and colony/metropolis divides mentioned above, was a complex and incomplete process. Nevertheless, its coincidence with the forging of the figure of the free laborer was important to the political and legal constitution of what we can call the industrial and national moment of capital. In the hands of Marx, the concept of the international division of labor provided not only a perspective on the world scale of capitalist production but also a means of envisioning and encouraging its political subversion through proletarian internationalism. We agree with Nicholas de Genova when he writes that the Stalinist proposal to build socialism in one country was a radical betrayal of Marxism and that an internationalist perspective is fundamental to any Marxian reflection on questions of migration and borders. Yet in considering the processes of constitution of the labor market, it is important to account both for the assumptions that underlie the scientific and normative aspects of Marx's analysis of the accumulation of capital, as compared to so-called primitive accumulation, and for the real shifts in the arrangement of labor markets and their borders that have accompanied the most recent wave of globalization. These are connected matters, but, for analytical purposes, we can separate them. In the chapter of Capital, Volume 1 entitled The Transformation of Surplus Value into Capital, Marx explains his expanded model for the reproduction of capital. Here, he elaborates a set of conditions by which the capitalist is materially. Borders 1599. Compelled to accumulate surplus product on a progressively extending scale, working in a kind of spiral as opposed to a linear sequence. Although Marx systematically recognizes the historical precedence of the world market over the national in his writings, he is forced at this moment to assume a closed model economy to explain why the surplus product must be used productively rather than exchanged for another product that is consumed unproductively. He writes in a note, in order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world of trade as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is established everywhere and has taken possession of every branch of industry. This is clearly an exercise in idealization and abstraction done to provide algebraic or arithmetic proofs of his main arguments. To this extent it is equivalent to other assumptions made by Marx, such as the temporary simplification he makes in Capital, Volume 1 about prices being directly proportional to labor values. In the Grundriss, he writes of the necessity of making fixed suppositions that become fluid in the further course of development in order to offer an analysis that does not end up confounding everything. In the case of the assumption about the world market as one nation, he seeks to develop an argument about capital's reproduction in the abstract before attaching it to a system of nation-states. Nonetheless, it betrays a moment in which the closure or bordering of an economy rests paradoxically upon the assertion of a borderless world. Not accidentally does Rosa Luxemburg quote this note from Capital, Volume 1 in the chapter of the accumulation of capital entitled Expanded Reproduction, Contradictions. Luxemburg aims to exhibit the limits of a model that assumes the presence of only capitalists and workers. She also seeks to show how capital needs to prey on its outsides, by which she means on non-capitalist environments, in order to pursue its logic of endless accumulation. A more flexible approach extends beyond Luxemburg's understanding of capital's outsides in territorial terms, a vision that led her to see imperialism as the final stage of capitalism. Thinking in this way gives us an understanding not only of the necessary intertwining of primitive accumulation with the normal accumulation of capital, even in its industrial and national moment, but also an interpretive grid through which to analyze the extractive workings of contemporary capitalism. With respect to issues of migration and borders, this approach means highlighting the mobility of labor as constitutive for the formation of national labor markets. It is always important to emphasize that an analysis that works from that other peculiar commodity, money, must accompany and counterpoint any approach to labor as a privileged category for understanding the role of borders in the world market. However, the peculiar position of labor as both antagonist of capital and its object of exploitation allows an approach that grapples at once with capital's necessarily expansive logic and its relation with its outsides. In this regard, the inseparability of the commodity of labor power from the human body of its bearer is a crucial factor. 1600. The political and legal constitution of labor markets, whatever their borders, is today increasingly involved with the regulation and control of the movement of human bodies across borders. Such control is increasingly technologically sophisticated, even as it involves both atmospheric and direct violence that can never be separated from the operations of racism and sexism. The inseparability of labor power from the human body means that the bordering processes that produce and control the mobility of labor forces work the boundaries established by gender and race in ways not subordinate to relations of social class. In other words, gender and race mark the modalities through which bearers of labor power access its potency in primary and structural ways. To note how the border influences the production and reproduction of gender and race is not merely to register the prevalence of certain kinds of embodied subjects in the business of migration and border crossing. Certainly, the phenomenon dubbed the feminization of migration must be part of any sustained analysis of human mobility nowadays. Likewise, the racialized nature of contemporary border and migration regimes requires constant reaffirmation in the face of analytical approaches that downplay or sidestep it. However, a mere accounting of bodies does not necessarily illustrate how political economies of gender and race interact with techniques, technologies, and geographies of bordering in the world today. To do this, it is necessary to turn to analyses of racial capitalism and the global restructuring of reproductive work that register how the most recent developments in global capitalism cannot be adequately tracked and analyzed if their race and gender dimensions are left aside. The troubling of the division between productive and reproductive labor evident in the movement trajectories and working lives of female migrant care workers, for instance, illustrates a phenomenon far more widespread than the experiences of these particular subjects. Many commentators take such a reconfiguration of the relationship between productive and reproductive labor as characteristic of a wider set of transformations surrounding the role of service work and effective labor in the current mode of production. Similarly, an understanding of what Angela Davis calls the co-constitutive relationship of racism and capitalism sheds light on the continuities and discontinuities between colonial modes of extraction and the extractivist practices that mark contemporary capitalism, whether they take literal forms or assume a more ethereal shape. These various convergences and divergences come to a head in the encounters with violence experienced by raced and gendered subjects at the border. In Border as Method, we have argued that this violence is just as much associated with processes of differential inclusion as it is with the politics of exclusion. Although the workings of borders are rarely watertight or impenetrable to border crossing subjects, their capacity to filter and select bodies in motion is no less important to the constitution of labor markets as their capacity to exclude. The fantasy of a just in time and to the point. Borders 1601. Migration and Border Control Program, which would efficiently correlate cross-border migratory movements with statistically measured national labor market needs, is an irresistible one for many governments today. But the notion that the border acts merely as a valve that regulates the mobility of labor power is complicated by the fact that labor power always comes with bodies, and this opens the politics of border control to intervening factors, particularly social and cultural factors, that interfere with the vision of the border as a calibrated filtering device. Migration also, in an important sense, introduces an unbalancing aspect to the idea of a bounded labor market that tends to a state of equilibrium. This means that migratory movements and the labor power they mobilize can become a kind of turbulent excess to attempts to contain, channel, or integrate them. In analyzing this excess, it is important to emphasize how migration and borders not only constitute labor markets but also produce subjectivity. In this way, they create subjects whose mobility itself often assumes the dimensions of struggle or movements with direct consequences for the operations of capital and the world market, even if it is not consciously experienced or conceived as such. This excess and disequilibrium also rebounds upon the international division of labor, which many studies over the past decades have understood to be becoming more complicated. In writing of a multiplication of labor, we have sought to relate the proliferation of borders in the world today, their existence beyond national borders, in programs of externalized detention, for instance, in urban spaces, or economic zones, to tumultuous changes in the world of labor. These changes not only involve the spatial diversification of labor across, between, and within borders but also its intensification, its stretching beyond the borders of the working day as discussed by Marx into the time of life itself, and heterogenization, its expansion beyond the legal norm of the free wage laborer into new and old forms of precariety and coercion. Bordering labor. In many parts of the world, migrants are at the forefront of these processes of intensification and heterogenization of labor. The work by Yanmoili Erbotang mentioned above demonstrates from a historical point of view that the constitution of the free wage laborer has been counterpointed by myriad forms of harnessing of labor mobility and by multiple special statuses assigned to migrants. Modern slavery, indentured labor, coolies, and blackbirds are part and parcel of the history of migration under capitalism and are particularly relevant from this point of view. However, it is also important to emphasize that free migrants have been and continue to be 1,602. Subject to special conditions as far as authorization to live and work in the host country is concerned. While this inscribes specific borders onto the labor market and frequently paves the way for processes of ethnic segmentation or urban enclaving, these borders also cut across the very composition of living labor, of the working class writ large. They often combine with other lines of division and provide capital and the state with powerful tools to command living labor, both at the point of production and in society. The history of the labor movement is plagued by episodes in which unions and even parties have provided support to these strategies, pitting the defense of national labor against any internationalist concern and ultimately against the interests of working class politics. The long history of unions' discrimination against African American migrants from the South, after emancipation in the USA, is just one peculiar instance of this tendency. American Federation of Labor President Samuel Gompers also gave voice to similar union hostility against international migrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, who he infamously defined as beaten men from beaten races, representing the worst failures in the struggle for existence. At the same time, some of the most extraordinary and inspiring struggles of the revolutionary labor movement have been fought around the national, linguistic, and ethnic borders dividing the working class, as again the history of the USA demonstrates with the proletarian epic of the industrial workers of the world. We could provide other examples from history and the present as well as from different locations in the world. Yet it is perhaps more important to repeat that the struggle around and against borders cutting across the composition of living labor is a crucial test for the reinvention of proletarian internationalism. While in the 1970s speaking of the multinational worker in Europe was the result of a careful investigation of the transformation of the composition of the working class due to post-colonial and guest workers recruitment schemes in the wake of World War II, the situation has become much more complex today, in Europe as elsewhere. The problems of internationalism, which are also to be understood as problems of political translation, manifest themselves at the scale of any single large city, whose space is continuously reframed by the multiplication and increasing unpredictability of migratory routes as well as by their sedimentation in heterogeneous social and cultural practices. Producing and reproducing labor power. To conceptualize further the impact of migration on the composition of living labor, it may be useful to hark back to a classical sociological study by Michael Burawa of the functions and reproduction of migrant labor, framed as A. Borders 1603. Comparative Investigation of Southern Africa and the USA. Burawa challenges the limits of the perspective of the individual migrant prevailing in studies of labor migration. He shifts focus to clarify the functioning of a system of migrant labor either in its broader social, political, and economic contexts or where the flow of labor is regulated to a greater or lesser extent to suit dominant political and economic interests. External coercive institutions and their mode of organization become crucial topics of investigation for such an approach, which sets out to study the ways in which such institutions enable and perform the reproduction of labor forces within a given economy. Burawa importantly distinguishes two aspects of such a reproduction, the maintenance and the renewal of the labor force. He adds that under capitalism the distinction between these two elements is normally concealed since the same institutions simultaneously perform both renewal and maintenance functions. What distinguishes migrant labor, Burawa writes, is precisely the fact that its organization not only makes the distinction apparent but is even defined by the separation of the processes of maintenance from those of renewal. They take place in geographically separate locations and are managed by different institutions. We find Burawa's distinction between maintenance and renewal of the labor force as well as his analysis on the externalization of crucial aspects of its reproduction through the recruitment of migrant labor particularly interesting from a Marxist point of view. What he signals is the relevance of migration, and at the same time of borders, within what we can term the production and reproduction of the commodity of labor power. Burawa's insistence on the renewal of the labor force points moreover to a further crucial point, that is, to the fact that the working class can never be considered as an already constituted subject. The process of its constitution is always open, and this has momentous implications for a working class politics that can never be limited to the point of production. In the ages of large-scale industry, mass production, and Fordism, the attempt was made in many parts of the world to treat migrant workers as a kind of supplement to the stock of labor power present within the bounded space of the national labor market, according to the somehow predictable needs of industrial capital. Today the situation is much more complex. In the current age of flexible production and precarious employment, there has been a proliferation of point systems and sector-based, temporary, and circular migration schemes, as well as an increase in related governmental fantasies of a just-in-time and to-the-point migration. This proliferation and increase correspond to an attempt to tame for the purposes of the valorization of capital, and according to the neoliberal notion of human capital, the ungovernable moments of turbulence, autonomy, and excess that continue to shape migratory movements at the global scale. This 1604 leads to a further multiplication of internal borders, while in many parts of the world external borders become increasingly fortified against unauthorized crossing, with consequences that are lethal for tens of thousands of men and women each year. Geographies of migration and imperialism. An often noted characteristic of contemporary global migration is the fact that its geographies have become increasingly messy and unpredictable, exceeding by far the established migration systems investigated for a long time by migration scholars. Terrestrial and maritime border zones constructed as sites of migration crises have accordingly multiplied. Besides well-known and notorious hotspots like the external frontiers of the EU, the borderlands between Mexico and the USA, or the elusive and shifting borders circumscribing Australia's territory from the Pacific Zone, others have gained public attention over the last years. Consider, for instance, the choppy waters of Southeast Asian oceans, the border between Bangladesh and India, or Lake Malawi and the Indian Ocean for African migrants en route towards South Africa. We understand this multiplication of migratory routes as an important symptom of the spatial disruptions and reshuffling of the geographies of development connected to capitalist globalization and as one of the driving forces behind these processes. A Marxist theory of borders should pay crucial attention to these dynamics, which place under duress not only geopolitical borders but also metageographical lines of demarcation such as the ones implied by such influential notions as center, periphery, and semi-periphery, developed by world system theorists, as well as by tricontinentalist schemes of analysis, and by the Great Divide between the global North and global South. This is also the place where questions of imperialism must be investigated, and we want to do that on the basis of our interpretation of the Marxian notion of the world market as well as of the analytical framework constructed around the relations between the expanding frontiers of capital and territorial borders. We have already touched briefly on Rosa Luxemburg's understanding of imperialism as driven by capital's need to prospect and draw upon its outsides to continue its expanding spiral of accumulation. Luxemburg's interpretation of capital's colonization of its outsides requiring the literal colonization of territory needs to be questioned and extended to allow analysis of how capital operates on multiple frontiers. One thinks for instance of the plunder involved in resource or data mining, just to name two realms of extraction that are currently hotly debated. Within its own conceptual limits, Luxemburg's approach faces the problem of too tightly correlating the expansion of capital's frontiers with its endeavor to establish domination over non-capitalist countries and societies. Because she understands. Borders 1605. Imperialism as the political expression of the accumulation of capital in its competitive struggle for what remains still open of the non-capitalist environment, she tends to confuse or superimpose the frontiers of capital and territorial borders. Yet a Marxist theory of the border needs to maintain a tension between these two. Despite the many differences between Luxemburg and Vladimir Lenin on questions of revolutionary organization, his approach to imperialism can helpfully supplement hers in this regard. In Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Lenin contrasts the actual division of the world, which is established in proportion to capital, with the manner in which capital exporting countries have divided the world among themselves in the figurative sense of the term, that is, territorially. He goes on to distinguish the economic division of the world from the territorial division of the world, associating the former with relations between capitalist combines and the latter with the struggle for colonies. As is well known, Lenin's analysis of capital's expanding frontiers was linked to his emphasis on the growing prevalence of finance and monopoly capitalism, and this meant his understanding of territorial expansion encompassed not just the annexation of agrarian or non-capitalist areas but also expansion into areas where capitalist industry was already established. Ultimately, however, a Marxist theory of imperialism must also face the possibility that such areas may not be easily distinguishable from each other, which is to say, using another set of terms from Marx's lexicon, that the operations of the formal and real subsumption of labor under capital may be complexly articulated. Recent theoretical debates on imperialism and the expansion of capitalism have highlighted the distinction between formal and real subsumption. The former describes a situation where non-capitalist productive processes are appropriated by capital and synchronized with the dynamics of valorization from an external position. The latter, by contrast, is characterized by the direct intervention of capital in the organization of labor, say through mechanization or by other means of increasing workers' productive cooperation. For Harry Harutunian, in Marx After Marx, formal subsumption is the key to understanding the unevenness and necessary incompleteness of capitalist development under imperialism. Highlighting capital's capacity to situate practices from earlier modes alongside newer ones, Harutunian suggests that real subsumption is a protoideal type, which envisions the possible realization and completion of the commodity relation in an as yet unrealized future, in a last instance that never comes. Only an analysis that privileges formal subsumption, he argues, can capture the temporal interruption, unevenness, fracturing, and heterogeneity that characterize capitalist development under imperialism. Yet, as Peter Osborne argues, Harutunian's analysis tends to play down both the historical multiplicity of cultural practices that interrupt and interact with capital's operations in Euro-American societies and the concrete ways in which the powers of abstraction inherent in such operations have actively transformed the history 1606 of non-European societies. Furthermore, it obscures the way in which different forms of subsumption of labor, social cooperation, and life combine and work across a multiplicity of levels, sectors, and global spaces to synchronize how operations of capital target their outsides in heterogeneous ways. By paying attention to how the frontiers of capital work off, override, and reinforce territorial borders, it becomes possible to derive a theory of imperialism that is sensitive to how capital embodies and organizes political power as well as to the capacity of sovereign political institutions to emerge as capitalist actors. Such an approach needs to account for more than imperialism in its highest stage of 19th-century political and territorial annexation. It must also extend to myriad earlier forms of colonialism that combined political and commercial imperatives, for instance, under the banner of the chartered company or in complex relation to practices of buccaneering, exploration, mapping, and settlement that extended European territorial dominion in patchwork and often makeshift ways. Likewise, it must account for contemporary arrangements of empire in which states can no longer fully control the aggregate operations of capital or ensure the reproduction of labor. Such an approach means recognizing how territorial relations are increasingly disarticulated from authority and rights, crossed by value-generating chains of logistical connection, and governed through patterns of mixed constitution that articulate power across different levels and institutions of military force, monetary control, and cultural and biopolitical hegemony. With regard to this latter arrangement of power, the border, once understood in a way that extends and proliferates beyond the territorial edge of the nation-state, becomes a key theme. Harshavallaya's concept of border imperialism, for instance, links a critique of state-building within global empire to contemporary geographies of dispossession and the processes of criminalization, racialization, and precarization by which migrants are violently excluded from and differentially included in state spaces. The border, in this account, is not merely an administrative line established by imperial powers to guard and mark the extent of territory but the central institution and device through which contemporary forms of imperialism are embodied, imposed, and perpetuated. Undoing border imperialism, Vallaya contends, would mean a freer society for everyone since borders are the nexus of most systems of oppression. Freedom of movement. As the above discussion makes clear, the question of the border weaves its way through many problems and predicaments that are crucial for contemporary debates in Marxism and beyond. These issues clearly extend beyond the politics of migration to cover a range of related topics, including the changing dynamics. Borders 1607. Of capitalist globalization, transformations in the structure of the world market and the international division of labor, the shifting roles and forms of the state, the appearance of new geographies of development and production, mutations in the expression of political power, and the changing contours of citizenship, class, and political belonging. Yet drawing these issues back to the subjective experience and position of the migrant remains an important political and analytical move. This is not only because these different themes and problems crystallize around migrant experiences and border struggles that test the barriers between the inside and outside, exclusion and incorporation. It is also because such experiences and struggles, which may or may not involve announced activism and political organization, remake subjectivity in ways that provide contested grounds for building a politics of the common. It is important to remember that borders always have two sides, that they not only divide but also connect. Borders are thus a crucial object of interrogation and contestation in any politics that seeks to highlight the problem of sharing and division to construct the common and remake communism beyond, but not in ignorance of, the historically tragic record of actually existing communist regimes. It is important to remember that such a communist politics necessarily involves an internationalist perspective that challenges the constitution of private property. But placing emphasis on migration and border struggles also means never forgetting the barriers of life and death that many men and women on the move in the world today test on a daily basis. Staying close to the perspective of migrants and the production of subjectivity it entails means being aware of the myriad boundaries that separate critical intellectual work from the labors of migration, notwithstanding alliances and convergence that can and do occur. In the end, the border is not our method, a device or object to be pondered or drawn into Marxist theory in order to kick it on or retrofit it for the 21st century. The call for freedom of movement has long been a refrain of border struggles, even if expressed implicitly, through practices of mobility rather than through overtly political acts of claim-making. It is important to reaffirm this principle, even if, as Charles Heller, Lorenzo Pezzini, and Maurice Stierle have recently argued, it exhibits a series of antinomies, not least among them that it has advocates among neoliberal enthusiasts of free market forces. Fighting for freedom of movement thus only makes sense if linked to politics that contest not only territorial borders but also the multiple frontiers and forces of capital that migrants encounter both in their paths of movement and points of origin and arrival, however provisional these may be. Following the above authors, it is also necessary to understand border struggles as pertaining to multiple social boundaries and inequalities, as well as to legal systems or rights mechanisms that might provide strategic and tactical levers with which migrants and solidarity groups can apply pressure to governments and other political entities that participate in the business of border control. If such a politics of freedom of movement can be asserted, it may provide a path to translate and draw into diverse unity. 1608. Many discrete border struggles unfolding in the world today. Such a prospect bears positively on the Marxist prerogative to insist on the historical necessity of struggles in which there is nothing to lose but chains.